Goeiemorgen. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the lovely Equatoria in Namibia, and welcome to Escape to Nature, and thank you so much for joining us. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, and I'm super pumped. I'm so jealous of Taylor right now. For those of you that don't know why, we had a spectacular leopard kill on Sunrise Safari, and it was brilliant. I'm so jealous. So I'm super ready for today, super excited, hoping we also get a leopard that takes out a warthog or something here at Okokweyo, which I highly doubt, but no, we're gonna have an awesome day. And remember, we are live and we are interactive, so please do get in touch with us. Send us your questions, comments, suggestions, anything you would like us to look for in particular perhaps. Remember, this is your safari. And of course, we love educating one another, so if you have any questions for me or if you have any quizzes for me, please do send them through. And for those of you that were not with us yesterday, we had a secretary bird in Okokweyo, so I'm super excited. I will definitely keep my eyes open for it today. We also had some European bee-eaters. And of course, we've got our helmeted guinea fowl around as always, our Egyptian goose family. So it is just going to be a wonderful day. And it really just goes to show that sometimes, when you have no expectations from Mother Nature, she really can bless us. So today we are not having any expectations. We are just going to take it easy. Dustin or Justin? I'm sorry, I don't know. Good morning and thank you. Justin, I apologize. Good morning. Thank you so much for your comments. And yes, it is always just beautiful here in Okokweyo. I really had hoped, when I got to the camera, it would have been very overcast and gloomy and cloudy and just pure ominous clouds all around. Because we need rain, of course, but the sun never disappoints over here. So it really is going to be a wonderful day. We've got our little grebe on the water, one of our Egyptian geese. It's very odd, these past few days, the adults have sort of been splitting up where one sort of will just take a stroll and the other one will take care of the goslings. I guess that's what having children will do to you. Sometimes you just need a little bit of a me time. Not that I would know. I have been told though. 2 of my 4 sisters do have children, and I've seen the effect of having children, so I do get that wanting to be alone. Egyptian goose, yes. Take off, do you? But speaking of sunshine and clouds and the weather in general, let's see what today's weather forecast is. Good to know, but as I say, believing in weather forecast is against my religion. I remember my guest always asked me, "Ooh, what's the weather going to be tomorrow?" And then I always told them, but my mother always taught me, whether you are going on holiday or on a safari, you always pack everything. Sunscreen, a jacket, a blanket, a water bottle. You literally have to be prepared for anything. So I hope you've got your sunscreen. Let's English today, Lisa. I'm so excited. Like, that leopard sighting has me on the edge. I feel like I was there with Taylor. Ray J, good morning. No pressure, right? Thank you. Yes, I will definitely need to do that. But as I said, I'm not going to have any expectations today. Of course, it's always lovely to see elephants. We have not seen elephants in Okokoyo for a really long time. So that would be absolutely amazing, but I don't think anything out of the ordinary in comparison to what we've seen the past 2 weeks or so is going to change unless we get some proper rains. But you never know. You really never know. Oh, look at the little grebe. It just came in for landing. It wasn't even my sighting, and I'm just, I don't have to see anything today. I'm just so pumped for Taylor and Igor that got to see that amazing sighting. Morning, lapwings. Oh, what a lovely day. And as I say, remember, your questions don't just have to be about the animals or the locations. You are more than welcome to send us any questions or comments about the naturalists as well. Perhaps there's something you would like to know about Wild Earth or about what it is that we do. Of course, if you are new to Escape to Nature, we literally just take a good, proper therapy session with nature. We don't have any expectations. Of course, we have spectacular sightings for the most part, but we really just sit back and enjoy and listen and observe. But please do get in touch with me and let me know what you are looking forward to today. Zachary, good morning. You would like to know what bird has the loudest bird call. It depends on who you ask. Because for me, okay, I can't really say that. I wanted to say now being loud, when it comes to the birds, they can be very annoying. But I'm a very loud person, so I can also be annoying, I guess. For me personally, Hardie-Daws, the Hardie-Daw ibis, I'm sure you are familiar with them. I can try and imitate their call for you if you like. So just put some earplugs in, because this might be very loud. So this is what a Hardie-Daw ibis sounds like. It's horrible. If you have not experienced it for yourself, it's absolutely horrible. But any bird can be loud if they need to. Of course, the woodlands kingfishers, even the lapwings. Lapwings and Egyptian geese specifically, when of course they have eggs or when they have youngsters, they are even more so loud and protective and defensive. But really, if you look at it, most of the birds can be very, very loud. At my previous lodge, we had the very, very big privilege of rehabilitating a Veru eagle owl. And sometimes he would come in for landing, and he's got this faint whistle. His name was Matimba. But even he could be super loud. So really anything, if they need to say something, they're all going to be loud. I just want to have a look-see. My mongoose are back. Mongooses, mongai. The plural of mongoose, they are back. And it is the banded monkeys, it seems. Let me just make sure. So you'll just see a little bit of movement every now and again to the left of your screen. Tiny creatures moving in and around the rocks. Those are the banded mongooses. Now you will see the lapwings are not happy with him. Now what these guys do is they eat eggs. They will specifically, especially in the summertime, you'll see them digging up various eggs, whether it's from monitor lizards or birds. So for the most part, you know, lapwings have their eggs on the surface of the soil. But it's always good to be cautious anyway. Just like we see vivid monkeys alarm calling for leopards and all of that, even if it's no direct threat to an animal, it is always good to let them know, hey buddy, I've seen you and you're kind of irritating me right now. Yes, yes. Why-ya! And if you have just joined us, we've got a bit of a brawl going on. Now you can see we've got a banded mongoose and there's another one. I'm just trying to find all of them. They camouflage really, really well. But of course they do dig up eggs of various animals, whether it's birds or lizards. And so the lapwings are not too fond of them being around. Of course, it's incredible when you think about it. A vervet monkey, when it sees an impala, it's not alarm calling, but when it sees a leopard, it immediately loses its mind. And it's the same with these lapwings. Even if they have no eggs currently, they know what these monkeys are capable of. And so they will sort of dive bomb them and try to attack them as much as they can. Rashawn, good morning. You are saying you love my energy. Thank you, Rashawn. I think today in particular it's all thanks to Igor, Taylor and Marips. As I say, I missed the sighting live, but I definitely went back to look at it and yes, completely lost my mind when I saw the whole thing happening. So I think it is still the adrenaline from that. But thank you, Rashawn. Hopefully I can keep my energy up for you the whole day. I should be able to. Jeez, those lapwings are quick. Meow. What's that bird, that beep beep? I think is that Roadrunner? Not too sure. I think so. Let me know if I'm correct or incorrect. Or perhaps you have no idea what I'm talking about. There used to be this cartoon of a bird, and he also used to bolt like that. And then he just did beep beep. I think we shall call the lapwings the Roadrunners. Leah, good morning. You would like to know if white-tailed mongoose is a threat to any scrub hares. Apologies for the hesitation. I had to think about that one. If you compare them in size, I mean, a white-tailed mongoose is a fairly larger animal, yes. But I don't think so, no. Scrub hares are for the most part very fast and generally able to evade their predators rather quickly if they need to. But as I always say, you know, never say never. Anything is possible in this wonderful and wild places we find ourselves in. Oh, these guys are on a mission. They are looking for something. I apologize about the fence. Kind reminder, right behind the camera we've got a beautiful campsite. And so there is of course a fence to keep the lesser spotted Homo sapiens safe. I don't know if it's to keep them in or the animals out. I've always wondered about that. I just want to see if we can keep an eye on them. They are very fascinating creatures to observe. I love seeing them on drive. I actually have not seen banded mongoose in quite some time for myself on safari, in real life, I mean. As I say, these are the banded mongooses. I will give the options of all of the above because I've literally had a guest have a proper debate with me on safari before about me saying mongoose. So it's a little tricky to see now, but their name is derived from the fact that they've got these beautiful stripes on them. So they are literally banded. Oh, just look at that tiny one. Oh, that is very small. So they will, of course, also eat insects and stuff like that, just like the white-tailed mongoose. Specifically, even more so, the white-tailed mongoose, will feed on insects, things like that, creepy crawlies. But it has been found before that they actually go for smaller reptiles and things like that as well. I've seen a group of banded mongoose actually, sadly, catch an Egyptian goose chick, which was horrible to witness, but again, it's one of those things that happens. It's the circle of life. Everyone has to eat, and specifically these guys, they are of course gregarious, so you'll for the most part see them in large groups. Sandy, good morning. And they are now probably heading into the camp. I wonder what they do. Are they naughty Mongai or not? You would like to know what's the average size of these guys. Well, it depends. Your white-tailed mongoose is... alrighty then. This is a family show, guys. Come on. Your white-tailed mongoose is a fairly larger mongoose. Your dwarf mongoose, banded mongoose, they are the smaller ones of mongoose. But these guys generally, what can I compare it to? Jeez, it's difficult. They are a little bit larger than a dove, if that is a good comparison. But of course, the babies are much smaller, so significantly smaller. You can actually see there's a baby. There it goes. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Cutie pies. But yes, as I say, your white-tailed mongoose, that is a fairly larger one. And often, when I've been on safari, even on the Djuma Dam camp, sometimes the Zuni that is currently busy with the camp, they'll spot a white-tailed mongoose, and I get so excited because I think, oh, leopard, and then it is a white-tailed mongoose. Seems like they are heading into camp. No, they keep going in and out. That's fine. Stick around. You guys are entertaining us for sure. And these guys can be quite feisty as well. I've seen a couple of them, not a couple, like a massive group of them, a gang of them, actually take on a Mozambique spitting cobra on safari once. It was very entertaining because, of course, a Mozambique spitting cobra has got neurotoxic venom, which is, of course, the most dangerous venom. And these guys just made it seem so effortless. They attacked it, they mobbed it a little bit first, and then they attacked it. And yes, then they started devouring the poor creature. Oh, well, if my rips didn't make my day, this definitely did. I always enjoy watching these guys on safari. Themselves, as well as the dwarf mongoose, they are super entertaining to watch on safari. But of course you also get the marsh mongoose. There are various kinds or species that you actually get. But for the most part, your dwarf, white-tailed and banded mongoose are your more common ones that you'll get to see. Gonna see if I can get us a closer look. Peter, good morning. You would like to know how often they reproduce. Well, they gestate for about 50, these guys in particular. As I say, you do have various species of mongoose. But these guys in particular, they gestate for 50 days. Of course, they are part of the mammals. And if I'm not mistaken, it is yearly. So, fairly often enough, I would say. But definitely, they don't live very long though. They only have a lifespan of about 6 years. So it's not too long. So you would think that, they would have to reproduce at least yearly. It's actually quite sad. Sometimes I wish some of these animals could live longer. Like a domestic dog, for instance. Sometimes I just wish they have the lifespan of an elephant or even of humans.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Oh man, I got very excited there. I thought it's Roscoe the Rascal, our first Springbok lamb, which we saw a couple of days ago. But alas, it is not. That is alright. I'm gonna send you to Rolf. He's got a surprise for you.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Amakhala Game Reserve down on the east coast of South Africa. We're in frontier country, and we've been able to catch up with, yes, you guessed it, the three amigos. We're just seeing one there. It seems to be the leader of the pack with the collar on. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera, I've got Morgan.
Hello.
Good morning, and good morning to all of you once more. Now, I think these cheetah are going to hunt today. They were a little bit on the hunt yesterday, but it was very hot. It's a little bit cooler this morning, and I think we're in for a good chance of seeing them hunt. The reports are that they were just recently chasing some kudu, and I think that's the reason why there is a bit of panting going on with the one that I call the leader of the pack. The little bit older of the three amigos, I think 1 or 2 months older, is this individual, and it seems to be the one that does lead them. So whatever this one does, the other two seem to follow. They're in that thicket there somewhere, and I'm just hoping that it doesn't disappear off into the shade and we lose sight completely, which I think is just about to happen. Oh, shucks. Anyway, it's still good for us to sit and wait here. Brandon, it was a great start, wasn't it? But I think we might be now staring at a bush once again, as we were yesterday.
It's a nice bush.
Morgan says it's a nice bush. It is a nice green bush, and well, it's a rather large bush. There's a few bushes with that bush, but it's now a cheetah bush, even though we can't see the cheetah. We'll have to just sit here and wait. At least it is quite overcast. There's not too much heat just yet. So once that leader, I don't know, we're going to have to sort of just say that. We're not naming the cheetah. We're just sort of giving them a bit of a nicknames and things here and there. But that leader hopefully comes out and the other two follow and maybe go for a hunt. Maybe it will just sit and pant and cool off a little bit, and then we might see a bit more action after that. We've only just arrived here. We did race after we heard the reports that they were busy hunting kudu, and they were unsuccessful. And so we were just after that had happened. We'll have to sit here and wait and see if they come out again, and hopefully attempt another hunt. They obviously haven't eaten since we saw them yesterday, where they did attempt to chase a baby zebra, but Mom was in attendance and she was very aggressive towards the cheetah as they chased, and they start screaming that very typical and a mother zebra is not just going to relinquish her little baby very easily. So I'm actually glad that they stopped on that one, because she could have done a lot of damage to these three. Even if they did pull down that little foal, I think the mother would have come in and had a lot to do with that situation. So there could have been injuries incurred, but they let that one go, and in so doing also mitigated the risk that was going to be involved trying to take down a little baby zebra. Kudu would probably be a better idea, and what's even better than that would most likely be something like a little black wildebeest or a baby eland. So Yolanda, yes, cheetah also do scent mark. They like to spray particularly on trees, and a nice straight tree or a post or a termite mound. So they don't do as much of the kind of scratching on trees that leopards would do, but they do a lot of spraying and scent marking, yes. And they will walk around their territories and do so. These three, however, they're not sexually mature just yet. I haven't seen any kind of marking tendencies for now. I'm sure later, once they are established and they're a few months older, they will probably start their scent marking, and we'll be here to witness it and to follow and probably see their regularity of visiting certain points within the reserve. For now, they're still learning about their new environment. They are new to the reserve. They've only been released here recently. So everything is slightly new for them. But what's nice is that they seem to have walked pretty much the whole of the western side of the reserve, and they look to be settling in this particular area very conveniently near to the Hlossi Lodge, which means cheetah in itself. So it's very apt that they've decided that this might be a good spot for them. There's a nice waterhole next to the lodge, and they were also spotted this morning drinking at the Hlossi waterhole, and then they've come up just a little bit away from the lodge itself, and they've been hunting in this area. So I think they have shown a bit of sign that they prefer this spot, and it is a good spot for them. There's nice water, there's lots of food around, so it's got all the makings for them to hang around. And the lions are pretty far away from here. They're down in the basin, the Bushman's River basin, more to the eastern side of the reserve, and we're out here on the west. So the closest lions to them would probably be in the region of about 6 to 8 kilometers away. So that little bit of safety is also good, that they don't have the conflict of competition of other predators, and you know who's going to win. if they come into contact with lions. The lions have met them and chased them, pursued them, but these cheetahs seem very good at just avoiding the lions. They do have experience with lions from the reserve that they came from, and so they just trotted in front of these lions and were almost laughing at them with the speed that the lions came towards them. And they just kept ahead of them and kept going until the lions were tired and got bored, and then they moved off. So I think these three are going to do very well. So Megan, I don't think there's much of feeling of movement through vibrations from cheetah. It's mainly down to their extremely good eyesight, that they can spot animals from a very far distance. They do say that they've got binocular vision and they can see great detail up to about 5 kilometers away. So they can look across the plain and they can identify individual targets that they can then zone in on and start stalking and get close enough, even if it's within sort of 100 meters, and then start the chase. And obviously once they do that, they can reel the animal in very quickly, especially if the animal doesn't see them before they start that acceleration process. 2 to 3 seconds, then the animal can see them, but they're already at full tilt and they can reel it in very quickly. They do say that they accelerate faster than most, or if not all, sports cars, which is incredible to think about. They get to 110 kilometers within 3 seconds. I think there's only electric vehicles that might be able to keep up with that. But it is incredible how quickly they can get to that speed. And then if the target hasn't realized that there's a cheetah directly coming straight at them, they're in trouble and they most likely are going to lose that race. If they pick them up early and they start running before the cheetah have started accelerating, well then they stand a much better chance of escaping. If not, they're probably going to become food. Dependent on the size of the animal, if it's adult hartebeest, kudu and the likes, then they do stand a much bigger chance of sort of fighting the animal off while they're in the chase. But little babies of all the different antelope species are always going to be in trouble, especially from the adults. And that's normally done through the chase. With us having 3 individual cheetah here, well, currently we can't see them in our lovely cheetah bush, that we're going to start seeing a bit of teamwork and a bit of splitting up, maybe setting of ambushes, where 1 or 2 of them is going to be driving animals towards the other that's waiting behind thickets and so on. And so you're going to have this element of higher success rate because of the 3 that will start working together. They're slowly starting to get that idea. What I've witnessed when they are attempting hunts, that they're not all splitting off in 3 and each one going for a different individual prey animal. They're all starting to focus and go in on one that they then assist and take it down. A couple of days ago, they did take down a little baby red hartebeest, but because they had split up, one of them managed to bring this hartebeest down, and while the baby was still struggling to get away from the cheetah was trying to obviously get to the neck area to obviously suffocate it and get bite down. The adult female, the mother of the hartebeest, returned and managed to chase it off before it could bite down on the neck area. And so that's the kind of inexperience that we're going to see slowly leave the situation, because eventually you're going to see the other 2 would have been closer in on that one and assisted it in killing that baby much quicker. Then the mother could have come back and chased it off, and the baby would have lay there dead. Or one of them could have kept the mother busy while the 2 of them then subdued the little baby. We're going to start seeing that element of teamwork coming into play. And that, for me, is going to be the most interesting as to how that plays out. So I don't know if it's going to help us to change position and see if we can see them from another angle. I can't even see them with my binos. I think they're rather deep in there at a moment. Maybe we will just see if from a different angle we might be able to see in there. I also want to just make sure that they haven't disappeared out the back of this bush and we wouldn't even know. And then we're sitting here looking at this, however beautiful it might be. It looks like there's quite a few common star apples and the crowberries. There's even common guaris. I think the major part of this bush is a common guari, and then there's all sorts of bushes growing out of it, especially the common star apple. But yeah, I just don't want to miss these cheetah walking out the back, back down towards Flossie Lodge and into this drainage line. And they could be going for another hunt, but I think I can see the spots there just through the bushes, though, just inside that thicket. So I think it is confirmed. They haven't moved. They are still there. And as I say, it is cool enough that they could potentially still come out. It hasn't got particularly hot just yet. So maybe once this leader, I'm calling it the leader for now, with the collar, stops panting and has cooled off nicely, maybe they'll go and walk about. That's what we are hoping anyway. But all we can do is wait and see. That's one of the things about cheetah stakeouts. You do spend lots of time staring at a bush, but as we know, at any stage they could become mobile and we're going to see them hunting. There's quite a lot of sounds because there's not too much wind. There's only a tiny little breeze. But the biggest sound that we can hear is what we call the Christmas beetle. But it's actually cicadas that are stridulating, which is moving of body parts to make noise. And in this particular instance, this Christmas beetle is moving its body parts so fast that it makes a constant noise. And they normally call around this time of year persistently, especially when it's hot, and hence why we call him the Christmas beetle. It's just one of those sounds that you associate with holiday and December, beach, and lots of sunburn. Anyway, while I maybe contemplate putting on some sunscreen, let's head you on over to Lisa at Djuma.
Thank you, Rolf, and good morning to you and your lovely cheetahs. We've got buffalo again. How cool is this? Absolutely amazing. As I said yesterday, generally we do see buffalo on the Djuma Dam Camp, but it's not a frequent occurrence, especially a big herd like this. They are literally just flowing out of the bush. So I do think it's probably the same herd that we had yesterday as well. Oh, look at the baby. There really are quite a few calves around as well. But yes, I hear you about the cheetahs. I remember many a times, I also sat in cheetah sightings for a good 2 hours and then you hope something happens and nothing happens. And other times, something does happen. So, but at least you can see them. I've had cheetah sightings literally on open plains where we could not off-road for them, and you literally needed 3 things in that sighting: the best set of binoculars, a magnifying glass, and some imagination. So at least you get to see them, and hopefully they get active for us. But for now, we are just enjoying these beautiful, beautiful buffaloes. Jamie, good morning. You would like to know how big can a herd of buffalo be? So it really depends. Remember, with animals, they are not constricted to numbers and they don't function like we do. It's not like they, allow a certain amount and then say, okay, well, that's the limit. We are now, sorry, choose another herd. The biggest report that I know of was in Kruger, which was a herd of 600 strong. It was more north in Kruger. I think it was Pafuri. I almost said Satara. It was Pafuri. And but again, I wasn't in that sighting. I just know about the reports. And for me personally, biggest herd I have seen was a herd of, I think it was probably 300 strong. But even this herd, I would guess this is a good 100 to 200 strong. And the interesting thing, I've often seen this in Okokoyo as well. You think, it can't be that many. As soon as you start counting them, then you're like, phew, alrighty. Now we are going back to school. Oh, just look at that tiny one. The zoomies that is helping us out, Sue, she was just saying there are so many babies and it really is such a glorious time of the year. Of course, buffaloes can have their young all year round. But you'll see them specifically even more so give birth during the summer months, just like a lot of the other herbivores. There's a lot of food around in the summertime, a lot more water, and so it really does help them. Oh, that baby is a pocket size. Oh my goodness. Oh, they really are so special. And it's quite, I have to say, of all the animals, I've observed over the years, this for me has been probably one of the most interesting when it comes to their parenting tactics, especially the females. They are really, I almost want to say there's a lot of tough love involved. Yesterday we also saw a cow and she was sort of shoving the calf up a hill. And, this calf was having a lot of difficulty. It was... Still trying to figure out, women, just give me a chance. I'm just trying to find my legs here. And there's a lot of tough love going on. But if you think about it, there has to be. If there's a pride of lions or anything around that might be waiting for that calf, it has to get away. But for the most part, of course, this is what they rely on. The fact that they are units. They protect one another. They are very vocal animals as well. They'll always communicate with each other. It sounds like your typical cow that... But definitely an impressive animal. Especially when they are running or moving in these big groups. Even now you can see they just keep peeling out of the bush. And that is the thing with buffaloes. You might think there's nothing around. But I've been on bushwalks. Luckily, I wasn't the lead guide, but I've been on a bushwalk and we actually came across an old buffalo bull and he was blind in his one eye as well, which made it even worse. Of course, you can think anything that is injured or has a disadvantage is even more provocable. And we did not for the life of anything see this bull. And we came around a corner and he just sort of suddenly jumped up because he was mud wallowing. And it was rather, I have to say, it was an intense moment. I may have needed a moment after that to regroup with myself. But specifically like this, they are utterly impressive. Even yesterday, as they slowly moved off into the bush again, it's incredible how quickly they can just disappear. Such a dark animal, so many of them, such a big animal, but if they don't want to be seen or heard, you will not see or hear them. Leah, hello again. You are saying you love a big buffalo herd. I have to agree with you, honestly. And I remember for for a lot of my guests, because of course we work with a lot of people from all over the globe when you are actively guiding at a lodge. And I have to say, this is probably the animal that guests were least impressed by. And I always thought, okay, I know they're not very entertaining, like in terms of a lion hunting or an elephant mud bathing or something like this, but just the sheer power that you see within a herd like this is really, really so impressive. Oh, and then how can you not? Just look at that thing. Oh, my leafy. No, I honestly agree with you, Leah. I love watching a big herd of buffalo. Even, a group of Dagga boys can be super entertaining as well, which Dagga boys, of course, refers to the older bulls that have sort of retired. Roger, good morning. You would like to know how big do buffalo horns get? It's difficult to give you sort of like a size comparison. If you were to take like at arm's length, that sort of width, I know there's been records of males reaching 1 to 1.5 meters, and as I say, that's like if you take arm's length from one end to the other end. And unfortunately, this is also permitted that you have the legal documents and permits, etc., etc. This is also I want to say, popular species that people hunt. And again, for the most part, that happens in places where culling and cropping needs to happen, and permits need to get obtained and that literally happens by the government in itself. And some people, take down some impressive buffaloes, but it's not something I'm too fond of, so it's not something I generally like discussing. But of course, if you would like to, we can definitely go into that discussion. But they become very large, and it's a very sturdy animal. And if you think about it, because males and females, of course, have horns, that is their main defense mechanism, not just against other males, the bulls, when they are fighting with one another, but a female as well. If you are not a sensitive viewer and you are keen on learning and educating yourself, go look up some footage of buffaloes and lions. Lions trying to hunt buffaloes. In some instances, the lion literally gets picked up with the horns and thrown through the air. Other times, the herd can actually stampede over a lion, which has also happened, sadly. Other times, lions have gotten punctured literally by the tips of the horns. So they really seem very unimpressive like this. It just seems like normal cattle or glorified cattle. But it is really not something you want to mess with. And I know we say this so often as naturalists, but believe me, if you are on a bushwalk, this is probably the thing you fear most. This and a leopard, for me personally. But any animal, of course, can be dangerous, even something as simple as an impala. But super impressive animals, and not something you want to mess with, even if it is a herd of 12 lions strong. They definitely can cause a lot of damage. And as I say, this is males, females. What they'll also do is, if there is a threat or they do feel provoked in any way, then they'll sort of get all of the calves in the middle just to sort of herd them and protect them, just like a lot of other animals as well. And then they go full force. A buffalo is not something you want coming at you, much less 100, 200, 300, 600 buffalo strong. So they really are super impressive, and of course that is also why they are part of the Big Five.
Hello, my name is Melanie, and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in the Dickway, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. and I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
So as I mentioned, buffalo is considered one of the big five. Now, a question I often got on safari is, why is a hippo, why is a giraffe not part of the big five? Those animals are bigger than a lion and a leopard. Now, I'm sure many of you know this, but for those of you that do not know, in the olden days when, people weren't taking over that much and we could actually still just go walk willy-nilly in the bush and sort of amongst lions, leopards, buffaloes. Those five animals, so buffalo, elephant, rhino, leopard, and lion. In those days, and even to date, those five animals are your most dangerous when you approach them on foot. Purely because, of course, they have signs and signals that they give off when they do feel irritated or provoked by you. But those animals are going to cause the most damage and sometimes can be the most unpredictable. As I say, for the most cases, there are signs before they just attack. But even to today, then people say, okay, well, why isn't a hippo part of the big five? Hippo is, of course, a water animal. So hippos, if you get too close to their water hole, they will definitely run out and attack you. But lion, leopard, buffalo, rhino, and elephants. Those are, of course, your land animals. And it is not something you want to be messing with when you're on foot. I want to tell you, just want to make sure of my facts. So a lion can cross in 1 second. A lion can cross 22 meters just in 1 mere second. And they can run 80 kilometers an hour. A leopard, also of course part of the big five, 23 meters in 1 second. And they run 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. If they are full on charging something or hunting something like we saw this morning with Maribs. And then, of course, your buffalo. Let me just get to the buffalo. So actually, let's do elephant first. Elephants, 11 meters, which in comparison to a lion and a leopard, doesn't sound impressive, does it? An elephant, a 5-ton animal, can cross 11 meters in 1 second. And they can easily average 40 kilometers an hour. And then your white rhino, 11 meters, just like an elephant, also 40 kilometers an hour. And then these guys. This sturdy, big, huge animal. 15 meters in 1 second that they can cross if they are provoked and they are really coming for you. And they average at 50 kilometers an hour. So again, it doesn't sound a lot, but I promise you, even if you are Usain Bolt, you are not going to outrun them. And I have to say, what I love about my country, if you are not perhaps South African and you do not know what our bills look like, our money, please do go research it. It's super cool. So we've actually on our cash bills, the big bills, we've got all of the big 5. So on our 200 Rand note, we've got a leopard. On our 100 Rand note, we've got a buffalo. A rhino is green. That's the 10 Rand note. 20 Rand is an elephant, and then 50 Rand is a lion. So all of those representing the big 5, which I love. I don't think there are a lot of countries that can say they've actually got some of their national animals on their money. Ooh, there's the one with the boo-boo. Oh, well, one of them. They are quite... Look at that one's head. It's just popping out. Madison, you would like to know what are some diseases that are found in buffalo. So TB is your big one, tuberculosis. And they also get foot and mouth disease. So both of those diseases are terminal to buffaloes. Now, buffalo in Africa is actually a very, very expensive animal to have on your reserve or on your farm. And so if you ever heard of buffalo that are disease-free, you are in fact considered very wealthy in terms of conservation or in terms of, your reserve that you may find yourself on. And again, this is whether you're on a private reserve or in a national park even. And remember with buffalo, alrighty. This is a family show. Come on. Sisman. No, I'm just kidding. Those are actually 2 bulls. So I know that seemed like a romantic session. It was not. So those were 2 bulls, and they do that for dominance. That is actually one of my favorite photographs come to mind that I got to take in the bush. It was literally these 2 buffaloes doing that. They were fighting before that, so I got that head on, and you just saw dust flying. And the next thing, one of the bulls mounted the other one. As that is a pure dominance thing. It's all about dominance, showing you are bigger. So, but yes, sorry, that is the 2 biggest diseases is TB and foot and mouth disease under buffalo. And remember, the thing is, if a buffalo gets a disease, it can spread. Plus, let's say there is a buffalo with one of those diseases. Here comes the Talamatis. They take down this buffalo. Woohoo! We just had a buffet. And oh dear, now we are not feeling too well. It can unfortunately spread very easily throughout the bush. Even a buffalo that has had a disease and is perhaps now lying in a waterhole, like we had a few weeks ago, with that buffalo that was in the dam and the lions came and the hyenas came and everything. That was luckily, he succumbed to his injuries. But sometimes it does happen where, I know last year in Pilanesberg, there was a buffalo that was actually very, very sick. And it decided, all right, well, this is where I'm going to give my last breath. No, I'm just kidding. It didn't decide. Of course, it's natural. It just happens. But unfortunately, it wasn't a water hole. Luckily, it wasn't a man-made water hole. So they had to drain the whole thing. And clear the buffalo, all of that. And then, of course, had to refill it. Ooh, ow. That wasn't very nice. Brandy, good morning. You would like to know if buffaloes change color as they get older. So if you look at buffaloes, woo, there goes the oxpecker. What's happening? It's the Great Migration. Are we just having a fit? It was just a quick tantrum. I don't know who of you saw yesterday as well. Ribbon the hyena was around and all of them just sort of took off, but only for a little bit as well. And then they sort of relaxed again, came back into the water. Sorry, Brandy. Your question. So if you look at buffaloes, wildebeest, both those animals are very dark as adults, but their calves are much lighter than them. So the reason for that is, of course, they are more active during the day. So what they'll do is, I'm sure you saw with some of those calves now, they were eventually lying down. Because remember, any baby animal, especially if it's from a big animal like this, so your rhinos, elephants, buffaloes, they don't have to eat as much yet. They are mostly relying on mommy's milk right now. So when mommy is feeding or, having a bit of a dip, they can just go lie down and sort of rest a bit. Now, being a lighter color does camouflage them a little better. Remember, for a lot of animals, they only see in shades, shapes, sizes. So being lighter does camouflage you a little better. Should there be a a lion around? Oh gosh, I can't. Sorry, I know I cringed a lot yesterday as well with the injuries. Now, with regards to these injuries, of course, Tess had this same buffalo group yesterday as well. Again, you're at Gowrie Dam. There can be a lot of things that happen to the buffaloes. The thing is, I always say, I've said this many a times on Escape to Nature, on safari, but even on safaris that I've conducted, if you were not there, you do not know what happened. You might come across Maribs with a kill. If Tessa and Igor were not there and we were not all there with her, and we just came across this leopard with, a piglet, you don't know when it happened. Perhaps you can smell and sort of guesstimate. But if you did not physically see something happening, then you can speculate as much as you can. Now, Tess touched a little bit about on perhaps lions that went for these buffaloes. And it definitely, yesterday I wondered about it because there are quite a few individuals with those similar injuries. But if you look at this herd right now, what do you see a lot amongst them? There's one on the beachy area. There's one on the embankment. There's one closer to the water. There are a lot of calves in this herd right now. And so lions, perhaps a very, very brave or silly leopard, might want to go for one of these calves, but specifically lions. So, as I mentioned, in doing that, sometimes they do then decide, all right, well, this one seems a little bigger. I'm here now, let me try. And they will then get on top of those buffaloes, because the thing that made me pause yesterday is the fact that you couldn't see claw marks. But then, of course, we saw a lot of oxpeckers, and some of the wounds actually had maggots in as well, which keeps that wound fresh constantly. And so then that wound doesn't have time to heal. So the scratch marks might be gone already, but that wound is not getting a chance to actually really heal. So again, we can speculate all we want, but it really could have been anything. But most probable cause was probably lions. Flutterby, good morning. You would like to know about the wounds that we have on these buffaloes. Of course, you know, we did see them yesterday as well. And thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. But with buffaloes in particular, as I say, it can be various things. And with any animal for that matter, you know, I remember working with an elephant. Her name was Lundi. And she was terrified of water. If the rest of the herd didn't go into the water, she did not go into the water. And no one knows what happened when she was a calf, but we speculate that, okay, well, perhaps something happened traumatic, that has affected her for the rest of her life, and that happened at a watering hole. But again, that is just speculation, and the same goes with these buffaloes. Of course, yesterday Tess referred to the placement of the wounds, which is with a lot of these buffaloes on their shoulder blades. So definitely, it could have been lions. And as I mentioned now, you know, you sort of wonder, okay, well, where are the claw marks? But we don't know how old these wounds are. And I definitely think that is why they keep coming back to the water. As Tess mentioned yesterday, when they find themselves in water, the flies will sort of, you know, leave them alone for the most part. They can keep that wound cool, although I cringe a lot when it sort of seems like it would sting, but I'm not a buffalo, so I don't know what it feels like. And then, of course, you know, for the most part, if they constantly keep moving and wagging their tails, the oxpeckers won't really come perch on them as much as they would have on land. But again, pure speculation. We have no idea what happened. And of course, you know, we'll definitely keep monitoring them to see if it heals, if it gets better. But at the end of the day, we have to constantly remind ourselves that it is about survival of the fittest out here. And it's a fine line. We often talk about this. Rolf often talks about this as well. Where do you sort of draw the line? When are you going to help an animal, and when are you just going to let things be? But specifically with these guys, we will keep monitoring it. But, you know, we try to interfere as little as possible at all of our locations, not just at Djuma, but at all of our locations. Alrighty, well, I will keep an eye on these buffaloes. And it seems like they are moving off slowly, but hopefully they stick around still for a little bit. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Nick.
And good morning from Kariega Game Reserve here in the Eastern Cape. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And we've had a little bit of rain overnight. The humidity has shot through the roof. And we've got a lovely scene to start off with 3 rhinos here. So in terms of the rain that we had last night, was more of a sprinkle rather than a downpour. So just enough to kind of saturate all of the grasses and things like that. But you can just see behind this group of rhinos on the right is that little mud wallow. So that's still completely dry. Remember, we're going to need quite a few mils to soften up that ground there. That's become quite solid, quite caked now. And you can still see the tops of the backs of these rhinos still a little bit damper compared to the rest of the body. So, maybe they had kind of lain down on their sides when it was raining earlier. You can see a clear color difference there. But yeah, like we were saying, the rain has come and gone, the humidity has gone through the roof now. Luckily there's no little midges and things around, but you can see they're still quite alert. Ears are flicking all over the place. There is a dazzle of zebra, herd of zebra relatively close by that's kind of moving around a little bit. I think that's potentially what they're listening to. And yeah, the ground underneath them. Tina, thanks for the question. Can the rain affect the skin of a rhino? Not really. Remember, if you look at the pH of rain, it's pretty neutral, usually. So it's not going to affect the skin of these rhinos at all. We're just seeing color differences there, just in terms of half of the body, sort of the bottom half is drier, whereas the top half is still a little bit wetter. In terms of if a rhino had a wound and rain started to go into that wound, that's probably fine as well. There'll be lots of dust and things like that usually does go into wounds, so that would probably be more beneficial than anything. And remember, the resilience of all of these animals, not just rhinos, is incredible. So something like rain is definitely not going to harm their skin at all. And for most of the animals, you look at zebras, rhinos and nyalas, for most of the animals the rain isn't going to affect their skin negatively at all. You sometimes see animals that do have wounds and things like that, maybe prey species that have had a close shave with a pride of lions. And sometimes you look at those wounds and you think, how is an animal going to make a comeback from that? But no, they're very resilient. Their ability to bounce back from what we would think are severe setbacks is absolutely amazing. You can see closest to us at the front here, this is Thandi, and obviously she's world renowned for being the face of making a comeback against poaching. And yes, she has had a few skin grafts and things like that on her face, but if you think of the story of how sort of hacked her face had been there, so she did get sort of veterinary help, but you think of her ability to bounce back as well is absolutely incredible. Yeah, I was just starting to say, if you look at the soil underneath them there, how it's they've just been kind of shuffling around quite a lot, and you can see some of the drier soil, some of the wetter soil of where they've been stepping. Joe, thanks for the question. How far can rhinos travel? I think it's going to largely depend upon the area of where they're living. In terms of the resources of the area. So they're grazers, so you've got to bear in mind grasses, how abundant are those grasses? Are there lots of nutrients in those grasses? Availability of water. So a rhino sort of here on Kariega might not have to travel as far as a rhino sort of, let's say, in Namibia, Okokoyo in Namibia, because there's a whole lot more resources on Kariega. You look at the grasses here. This is beautiful. You've got water holes to drink from. You've got plenty of mud wallows. Whereas in environments where those resources are harder to find, they're going to have to move further. So remember, something like your dominant rhino, your dominant white rhino, he's going to be territorial. So he's going to have a territory that he needs to protect and keep other males out and things like that, and he would have to circumnavigate that whole territory. And remember, the main way that he does that is by urinating. So in an area like Namibia, where there's less water, it's harder to find that the grazing would be tougher. This is, bear in mind, for black rhino as well. He's going to have a bigger territory to have enough of that, those resources inside his territory. So it's hard to give you a specific number, because it's very area dependent. But I hope that answers your question.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Yeah, so with this rain that we've had, it's obviously helped to just clear the air a little bit. So I feel like it's actually quite nice that for these rhinos resting here, if they do give a deep exhale, there's not going to be that dust that rises up. But I mean, it is very humid now, so I wouldn't be surprised if at some point today all of these rhinos do head to one of the mud wallows to cool down. So this one directly behind them to the right is dry, but it's not like the only one it's not like this is the only mud wallow. There are plenty of other ones to go to. And you'd imagine with a lot of our birds, they'll be resting on the tops of the trees now, maybe kind of with their wings out, drying all those feathers out. And maybe that's one of the reasons why we're not seeing any red-billed oxpeckers on these rhino. So throughout the course of today, we'll definitely keep driving around a little bit and see if we can find any bird species that are drying their wings out, maybe cleaning their feathers. Obviously the maintenance and hygiene of feathers is very important. There we go, Thandi lying down. I think if all of them are looking to rest, maybe let's send you across to Ralph and see how the three amigos are doing.
Well, we are still sitting with our cheetah and we're on the stakeout. So we're not going to be going anywhere because we're escaping to nature with these cheetah, and sometimes that's what they do. So we're going to stay here and see what other animals maybe move into the area while we wait for them to potentially get up and maybe even target some of the animals that have moved down into the zone. Just across the valley there is a bit of potential for blesbok, which is on over the other side, and we might just be able to see the one. There is a few spots there, just in the mix behind the grass. Jeepers, it's tough to see. I'll just look again because I was able to see the one. It's tough behind that. You see where the termite mound is?
Yeah, that's where I am now.
Straight just a little bit to the left, and you can see the one body lying down with its spots.
You can see 3 spots. Dead center.
Yeah, there we go. So if you look very, there we go, and you can see a bit of movement of the spots itself. I think that we can see 4 spots nice and clearly when the grass moves, maybe a little bit more. But that is the current situation. So we're bringing it to you live. The cheetah are sleeping, and that's what they do sometimes. So, you know, it's kind of like when it wasn't long ago and I went surfing with my friends down at the East Pier in Port Alfred, and when we went down to the pier, and the guys said there was some policemen and everything there because somebody had reported seeing a shark. And so the police were there, and when we got out and we jumped into our wetsuits and put our surfboards in under our arms and everything, and the policeman said to my friend Dave McGregor, who was 2-time South African longboarding champion, he said to him, "Do you not know that there's a report of a shark sighting here?" And he turned to him and he said, "Yes, sir, that's where they live." So, well, this is where cheetah live, and sometimes they sleep, and sometimes that's what we need to do, is sit and watch and wait and see what happens. So this is where the cheetah live, and this is how they live. So anyway, that's what we'll continue doing. Now, I know there was a question. I didn't quite get it with all the ramblings I was doing, so I'll wait for it again. Adam. So the regularity of cheetah hunting will all depend on how much or how big the kill was and how much they ate of it on the previous time. So they hunted the day before yesterday, or was it yesterday?
No,
Day before yesterday. They hunted and killed a small little duiker. 2 days before that, they hunted and killed a rather large baby eland. So that obviously gave them a lot of food in their bellies. 2 days later, they hunted the duiker, and now we are 2 days later. So with that sort of reasonably small feed that they had on the Dacre, it's to be expected that they may hunt today, and they should hunt. If they eat a Dacre, they could continue. If they continue catching Dacre, for instance, they could hunt every day. If they catch something bigger, like that eland, maybe it will be 2 days. They're already attempting this morning. Yesterday, it seemed like they were a little bit quiet. We did stay with them, but they did attempt a foal zebra. So they're pretty much hunting every day. It's just that they haven't been successful every day. But also, the hungrier they get, the more that. So from today, they hunt more as they get hungrier. And as I say, depending on the size, they could hunt every day, every second day, every third day, depending on how full their bellies are and how much they've burnt off of the calories that they've gained from the meat that they've eaten. So it all comes down to that. We can see lots of spots and a little bit of a head. No, it looks like a bit of breathing or movement going on. And it's always important with cheetah as well not to move away from the area, because I tell you what, if we go away, come back 10 minutes later, and they'll be gone. So Fiona, yes, we can tell which of these three is the oldest one, because it's slightly bigger. Because it seems that it's around between 1 or 2 months older. So it's a little bit of ahead in the graph of growth as these cheetah are growing, and they're coming into adulthood, but they still have quite a bit of filling out to do. And it seems like the one with the collar is a little bit bigger, but we will see. We will see. The two younger brothers, very, very similar size. So it seems, they've grown at the same rate, probably, and just slightly smaller than the other one. So that's the one with the collar, and I think that's the one that we're looking at now, because that was the one that was exposed just outside of this thicket when we arrived, and then it did go in there just on the edge. And we haven't seen the other two, but we know that they're in there somewhere. These three do remain together. And we've seen when they hunt as well and they disperse, immediately after they've failed the attempt, they start calling each other with that very chirpy bird-like call that cheetah have, a sort of you wouldn't even think that it is a cat. But maybe that's the idea. It sounds like a bird, and that kind of contact call will hopefully then not attract predators like hyenas, lions, and leopards. And so that's how they sort of call each other and contact call, especially when they've dispersed and they very quickly want to get back together. So these three are inseparable. So seeing one means that the other two will be nearby. So, and the grass species here are slightly different to the ones that we were looking at yesterday when they were in the bush. We seem to have quite a bit of Themeda triandra in these parts, which is red grass, and is an indication of soils that are in good shape, but it's normally when they're dominant. Here it's sort of patchy. There is also Aristida congesta, or the tassel 3 awn, which is a pioneer species, very unpalatable and not great feed. So there's a bit of a mix. So I would say that this is probably an intermediate sort of grassy area. It's probably recovering, but a good sign when you have Themeda triandra within the mix, because they're a very good species for feed. There's look like there might be some Natal red top dotted in the mix as well. And just a little bit off to the right of this bush and far over on the other valley, there is some buffalo. So Alice, nice question. That cheetah are considered the second most sociable of the cats. Lions obviously being truly sociable, staying in prides, sometimes 30 plus of them, and sometimes having very big coalitions of males as well. Cheetah as sort of an intermediate as well, like the sort of soil that we're looking at here with the grass species. They're in between. The second most sociable. They're not truly sociable because the females especially will always remain solitary, except when they do have their cubs and they're bringing them up. But like we're seeing here, you do have the coalitions of males, and they can be 2, 3, 4, and as we've seen with the FOST 5 or the Magnificent 5 in the Masai Mara, the largest known coalition in recorded history of 5 of them, and very sociable indeed then in those kind of circumstances. So here it is a large coalition of 3. That is still a sizable number for cheetahs to have a coalition, and in so saying that, these are sociable cats because they're staying in a group of 3. You don't find that with leopards or any of the other smaller cats, caracal, the African wildcat, the black-footed cat, etc. So they're all solitary, and you don't see them forming coalitions at all. So yes, I would say cheetah are a sociable cat, but not quite fully like you would say with lions. And there's some potential food for these 3. That is the perfect size and much better than zebra. So they probably could be able to see those blesbok, and the wind is blowing in the right direction, that they won't pick up or smell that these cheetah are around. And if they had to start grazing in this direction, the cheetah would probably take full notice of that, and if they had to come in nice close vicinity of them, we may witness a hunt. So we just got to wait and see what these blesbok do. Looks like they may be walking away a bit, but you never know. They start milling around and walking then in this direction, and we may see some action. But I've sat on these kind of stakeouts many times, and it's incredible how you can sit here and there looks like there's absolutely nothing that they may potentially target for prey. Suddenly they all look up and they look in a direction where you still can't see anything, and they may have picked up a duiker or a steenbok or something like that, or even warthog with piglets, and you haven't seen it. They might smell it, they might hear it, they just pick up some little clue, and then suddenly they burst out of the bush and they chase and expose an animal that you didn't even know was there. So just because we can't see anything nearby doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. Anything is possible, and that's why we just sit, watch and wait. So it is forecast to get very hot today, and it's also forecast for a cloud burst around lunchtime. So whether that comes earlier or later or on the exact time that it's forecast, normally it doesn't happen exactly as they say, but that is what's on the cards. So yes, and during this part of the day, as it starts heating up, etc., there's normally quite low activity from the other animals. So that's why I also always choose just to hang with the cheetah, and that's the name of the game. We're escaping to nature, and we're living the life through the lens of particularly high-profile animals such as cheetah, which is what we're trying to watch here. I'm watching the spots through the grass, but that's the beauty of it. We get to sit and wait until the action happens. We do sort of live in the lives of instant gratification, but it's not always the case in the wild. You need to have patience. And that's exactly what we're going to keep. We're going to keep our patience, wait for these guys to decide when the time is right. And I think the time is right to send you on over to Lisa.
Thank you, Rolf. Luckily, some of our buffalo have stuck around. And interestingly enough, a lot of these that have stayed behind are some of those with wounds. So, as I mentioned, I do think it's definitely a lot more comfortable for them in the water. Even though the oxpeckers do still come and go, you can just imagine if you go underwater. We've often seen it with Dewey, if he's got an oxpecker friend traveling with him. As soon as Dewey sort of goes underwater, then the oxpecker takes off. And I think that's definitely what these buffaloes are also trying to do. If the oxpeckers are becoming a little bit much, then they'll just sort of dip them away. But you can see they are definitely taking it super easy. Initially I thought it's just bulls that stuck around, but there are definitely some cows also around. Dana, you would like to know if buffalo horns change color all the time. So the color you see on the horns is not actually a coloration within the horn itself. That is from crashing with other bulls. And that is also from, you know, when they do rub their horns against stumps, trees, that cambium or that bark, inner bark of the tree also gives off on the horns, which is that red coloration that you will see. And of course, with the heat and humidity, this is helping them a lot as well. You can imagine a big animal like that. Just cooling off your whole body is definitely going to be vital when you do need to move on throughout the day, even though they are ruminants like we are seeing now. Luckily, they do have that ability to get as much nutrients as possible from the food that they have eaten previously. But these guys will eventually also slowly start moving out. There we see a few cows. And then rejoin with the herd, of course. But as I say, there you can also see another one that is wounded. So it does definitely seem like the ones that have been wounded sort of prefer staying in the water. And here we've got a good horn comparison with a male and female. The one with the wound on her, that is a female. And then the two right next to her are both males. You can see those horns are completely covering the whole head. I always think of the, in the olden days, the judges that wore those wigs. It always makes me think of that. Or in Afrikaans we call it a pipilankos. when you've got two braids or two ponies. Ponytails, I should say. Lisa's fan club, good morning. Thank you so much for getting in touch once again. Yes, there are definitely various man-made waterholes in the Greater Kruger. Remember, when you are referring to the Greater Kruger, it's not just Sabi Sand. It is so many areas in and around Kruger itself as well. But definitely, you know, on the private game reserves, on the other game reserves that you'll find, even on farms, of course. But definitely, man-made waterholes is something that has been around for years and years. Not too far from Gowrie Dam, actually, there's another man-made. I don't know if it's a waterhole necessarily, because it's not really that impressive. But I remember the last time I visited my aunt, who is literally neighbors with Juma practically. I'm sure many of you have heard when we talk about Annette's. That is actually where my aunt is staying, in the Sabi Sand. And often when we go on safari, there is a yellow-billed oxpecker. One of our Zoomies just chatted about it, and I thought, okay, but where? Thank you so much, Jamie. There is, in fact, a yellow-billed oxpecker. Sorry, I got off track there. But when we go on safari, when I go on safari with my aunt, you know, sometimes we drive to that, we call it a pan. And she has some water pumped, pumped into that little pan. And remember, just like Lisa's fan club and all of our wonderful viewers, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us. Send through any questions or comments or suggestions, anything you might have for us. And as I say, it doesn't necessarily just have to pertain to what we are watching. It can be about the animals, African animals in general, Sabi Sand perhaps, any of our other locations, or as I always say, even about the naturalists. This is your safari, and we would like to chat to you, educate you if possible, be educated by all of you, so please do send through any questions or comments. But Lisa's fan club, just to get back to your question regarding man-made waterholes. My previous reserve that I worked on, we actually had 40 plus waterholes. Two of them were really large natural rivers going through the reserve. But a lot of them were man-made as well. And, you know, often guests would ask, okay, well, why are there man-made waterholes? I thought you don't interfere. Now, of course, with a man-made waterhole, sometimes a reserve or even a national park can go through a severe drought, specifically this area, Greater Kruger, Kruger National Park itself as well. And so man-made waterholes will only really be filled up if in dire need. Like our waterhole in Okukuyo is a man-made waterhole, and that is just to assist animals. Of course, you don't want them becoming completely dependent on you and knowing that there will always be water. But I remember on my previous reserve, that was one of the bonuses we had, is even if one of the water holes did eventually dry up, there would also be another one for the animals somewhere. Even if it was a little further away, they will always have some source of water. But again, you know, that is just really, really, if the circumstances require it, then you will just help the animals out. Because if you keep a water hole filled up the whole time, then animals will become lazy. They sort of still need to work for it, and of course they will. You know, if one is dry, they'll head to another one. They can smell water rather far away, especially something like a buffalo, an elephant, Of course, these guys that we see are very water dependent, so they need to drink a lot of water. But as I say, I think this is mostly just to to cool off, and specifically with the wounded ones, I think this is really helping them a lot. Oof. You can actually see this one keeps swatting its tail, most probably just to sort of clean that wound constantly. But I can't think, that must sting surely, that must not be fun, but I guess it's probably a bit of a relief as opposed to, you know, walking in the sun, constantly having branches, twigs, thorns scratch over it the whole time. I think this is probably the better option that they have. Judy, you would like to know if buffaloes have soft skin or tough skin. Ooh, there was a terrapin just trying to get to that buffalo. Look at him go. Ding a ding a ding. So with buffalo, and I only know this because when I just started guiding, we had to treat one of the buffaloes who had a very, very, very serious injury. And the wildlife vet came in, but this was an area where buffalo was a very sought after species. So, you know, the few buffaloes that we did have on the reserve, we really took care of them. Their skin is very similar to that of a lion and a cheetah. And when you see those animals, you think, oh, I just want to pet it, I just want to cuddle with it. Of course, you know, that's not possible or advisable. But it's a very coarse hair. So it's not at all soft or anything. But with buffalo, they have a lot of that hair on their skin. And the older the buffalo becomes, the more faded the skin seems. But it's not actually fading. It is as they sort of, I want to say go bald, they sort of lose their hair as they age. So that is why the skin tends to look paler and paler and paler the older they become. But it is a very coarse hair. It's not, you can't really say it's soft or tough. It's just coarse hair that is obviously protecting the actual skin.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Oh, man alive. Just leave them alone. For the most part, I'm all for oxpeckers and terrapins helping out these animals. Now, generally, as I said, they do have a mutual symbiotic relationship. Let's say this was just a normal buffalo, not wounds, anything like that, and it was standing like this in the water. You would have oxpeckers perching on it, and you'll have a terrapin eating off from the legs and from its private parts and everything. Now, both those species, the oxpeckers and the terrapin, both of them feed on ticks, parasites, and they love blood as well. So for the most part, they are cleaning the animals. They are really assisting in cleansing of the animal, most probably massaging the animal as well, and of course the bird and the terrapin both get fed. But when it is like this, and I suspect that is what these buffaloes' problem has been for so long, all of these buffaloes that are wounded, they are not getting a chance to heal, because if it's not a terrapin that's on your back, it's literally the oxpeckers, and they are not stopping. They are constantly going for that wound. So that wound is not getting any recovery time at all, because it's either oxpeckers or terrapin or something harassing the poor buffalo, and that wound stays open. Just like with us, remember as a kid, if you've fallen, eventually you get a scab, and then the next day you fall again and you open that scab again and again and again. It's the same for these buffaloes. There's no proper time for an actual scab to form so the skin can heal itself, because leave it alone. I just want to smack these oxpeckers. Oof, man. Sue, you would like to know if this could be foot and mouth disease. No. I'm not here personally. I don't know what is happening with these buffaloes. But no, I literally, as Tess mentioned yesterday, we think it may have been potential predation. Oh, that one's got a terrapin on him. Shame. And as I say, the wounds are not getting a chance to heal at all. So, no, I do not think so. But again, we'll have to keep monitoring them and definitely keep an eye on them to see what is going to happen with these wounds. But at this rate, nothing's going to happen with it in terms of actual healing, because they're not getting a chance or an opportunity to heal. And as I say, that is why they are constantly probably trying to stay in the water as long as possible. And you can just imagine you had an open scab, let's say just on your arm. Let's not even use something as sensitive as your shoulder blade or something. Just a big open wound on your arm. Remember, oxpeckers have the foot structure of an eagle or an owl. So that is that clinging foot structure, and that is to, of course, cling onto the animals when they are feeding off ticks and parasites. Imagine you've got a bird with that foot structure landing on that fresh open wound now, constantly pecking at it. No wonder they don't have time to heal. But anyway, we'll see if we can convince them to stay in the water, as this is obviously the most comfortable position and place for them to be right now. And while I do that, I'm going to send you to Nick in Kariga.
So I kept bumbling along past those rhino. So all three of them kind of laid down, were resting. It didn't look like they were going anywhere too quickly. And I've come across this lovely scene of zebra, blesbok, and everybody's very restful, very peaceful. And so far I'm actually incredibly amazed that we're not having more activity by Scotia Dam. The humidity levels are through the roof, and it's boggling my mind that we don't have anybody by the water slaking their thirst, anybody even sort of mud wallowing. I mean, in terms of my position of where I am now, I'm a little bit further south of Scotia Dam, but I mean, further east of me, only sort of 300 meters, there's a beautiful mud wallow there. No warthogs in there. It's blowing my mind. Just goes to show, you can read as many textbooks and sort of mammal guides or bird guides, but there's nothing quite like spending time out in the bush. There's always going to be exceptions to the rules, if you want to call it that, of the animals kind of just doing their own thing. Yeah, I feel like when you go to different reserves and things like that, it's always amazing listening to the people who work there, because they always know a little bit of something different that might not be in a textbook. Sophia, what antelope has the most amazing eyes, if I got your question correctly there? Well, I think as a general rule of thumb, the eyesight of all antelope is pretty good. It's pretty bang on. So I think in terms of the development of the eyes, they've all got pretty well developed eyes. I'm just trying to think in terms of the most unique eyes. I've seen some beautiful pictures actually of zebra eyes. I think I actually might have mentioned it the other day. A friend of mine, I saw this amazing image that he'd taken close up to a zebra. It was a beautiful sunny day, and it's just a close-in picture of the zebra's eye. It was like a very lightish brown color. It was really striking. And I mean, it's a good question, because I mean, in terms of sort of close up to antelope eyes, I can't say I've ever really taken a deep good look. I mean, when they're very close up, in terms of pictures, obviously, which is easier to kind of investigate and have a good look at an eye. Those eye pictures generally come a lot more from cats. Maybe because the cats have slightly bigger eyes, it might be slightly easier to photograph. But if you think of something like a cheetah, that's got those incredibly amber-colored eyes that when the sun hits them, they just light up. So in terms of the most unique eyes out in the bush that I can think of, it's not an antelope, but I mean a cheetah's, I would say it's got the most unique eyes that I've ever seen. But I was looking at this this article the other day that was comparing, it was side-by-side pictures of very close-up pictures of human eyes taken with obviously amazing equipment that optometrists use, but very close-up pictures of human eyes, and comparing that to some of the pictures that this new James Webb Space Telescope is taking, and pictures of galaxies and star clusters and things like that. And obviously there's a lot of different variety and things like that. You're getting blue eyes and brown eyes and things like that, but in terms of structures and things like that, and collections of gases and things together, it was actually amazing to see these pictures side by side. I can't remember the name of the article, otherwise I'd let you guys know. But maybe just go in on Google and type that in. There's some amazing pictures that come up side by side. Yeah, I mean, the eyes of certain people are striking. I mean, I saw this picture the other day that was taken in, it was like in the middle of Africa somewhere, of it was like these hazel eyes, but the most lightly coloured hazel you've ever seen. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible. But I think in terms of animals, I'm going to stick to my guns and say I think a cheetah has the most amazing eyes. Difficult to photograph. Very difficult. Once any type of shadow gets cast on their eyes, they just become very dark. You know, if you try and photograph that, it becomes so challenging. But if you can get it right, you know, that maybe that early morning light if you could get a cheetah sitting on a termite mound, or even, you know, they sometimes jump up on fallen trees to do a bit of scent marking and things like that. If you could get them on top of that with, you know, the sun maybe just rising, so it's not too bright, and they'll look kind of straight in the rough direction of the sun, and that light will just absolutely make those eyes explode, come alive. Yeah, you can see everybody's very happy here. Sun's kind of starting to poke out from behind the clouds. And surprisingly, there aren't lots of little midges and things flying around, which I'm actually very, very thankful for. And I'll definitely keep moving around, seeing if I can spot any of the raptors maybe drying their wings out, drying their feathers out. Haven't seen any quite yet. Sandy, I like taking pictures of all animals. Not biased like that. No jokes. I do enjoy taking pictures of all animals. Some more than others. I feel like we've talked about it before, but giraffe are probably my biggest nemesis in terms of photographing. I just feel like it's so hard to get right. But I feel like any animal really in beautiful lighting, early morning lighting, late afternoon lighting. I love that. You know, you've got to take whatever opportunities come your way. So I would say more than targeting a specific animal. I'd say that I prefer shooting in specific types of conditions. So my favorite is when we've got that very warm, soft glow from the sun. But also, I mean, you know, like this morning. I don't know if everyone was able to join us here at Kariega on Sunrise Safari this morning, but we had very moody weather. You know, the rain had just stopped. We had these dark clouds quite low, you know, moving over the high ridges and things like that. And I was trying to see if I could get silhouette pictures of maybe an ostrich or an eland, something that's going to break the outline of the sort of the bushes and things, you know, on the top of a ridgeline with those dark clouds in the background. So there's always something to try and photograph in different lighting conditions. I think it's very variable. It's quite a broad topic that we can chat about there. You know, if you think about this morning with the very dark clouds and things like that. Obviously, light is tough to come by because there's dark clouds and things around. So in a situation like that, I love to try and photograph some of the cats. You know, lion, leopard, cheetah in those conditions, but with very slow shutter speeds. So with them kind of walking along, or even if you're lucky enough to get them kind of jogging for some reason, to try and get a slow motion picture and pan with that animal. So basically, let's say we've got a lion moving from A to B, and he's kind of jogging for some reason. Maybe it's a male lion meeting up with his brother, and you slow your shutter speed all the way down. So you may be shooting at like a 50th of a second, even a 60th of a second. You use quite a narrow f-stop, So remember, that's going to be closer to maybe f8 or something like that, just to try and get a bigger area in focus. And you're not going to be cranking your ISO all the way up there, because you are wanting still a relatively slow shutter speed. You're wanting to capture the movement of that male lion. So you will pan with that male lion going along. Let's say he's going from your right hand side to your left. You will pan along with him, and then after panning for maybe a second or so, you'll take your picture. So your background will have these beautiful big streaks of movement, and hopefully you'll get something like the head or the neck or the shoulders and maybe just the legs moving. It's a very hit and miss technique. You know, you're going to take 50 pictures that are useless, and you'll get one picture that you've got a good amount of depth and focus on the head and on the chest and some sort of major focus areas on the body. A challenging technique, but very rewarding if you can pull it off. So it's important to remember, though, with that sort of technique, that you've got to change your autofocus. Remember, you've got the different settings. A lot of the time, the first setting is just one shot. So you push your shutter halfway down, and it focuses on wherever your subject is. So maybe you pressed it on the lion, and it was 20 meters away from you, and then it kind of ran, and now it's at a different position. Your autofocus needs to move with that animal, so you've got to put it on the tracking setting. But obviously, in terms of this sort of panning movement, you really want that animal to be running parallel to you. You don't want it running towards you. You want it running parallel to you. So I mean, lighting conditions like that, that's the type of picture that you can go for there. You know, another nice one, kind of we touched on it, is maybe a nice portrait close up of a cheetah's face. If you've got that beautiful sunlight coming in the eyes there, and I mean, the eyes will really be the story and the focus that you're wanting to talk about there, or that you're wanting to portray. So I think it's very situation specific, you know. Elephants drinking, it's always a beautiful one as well. If you can try and get some repetition, that always helps. Bruce, in terms of lenses, that's good for wildlife photography. It's also a broad one to answer. So remember, largely there's going to be two different types of game reserves. Your private reserves, where you can drive off-road, and your national parks where you can't. Not being able to drive off-road, so let's talk about like a Kruger National Park, you're going to need to have a bit of focal length on your side. So if you can get like a 400mm lens, that's really good. I know Sigma's got a really good lens, a 150 to 600mm lens. So that's a nice broad focal length, you know. That's kind of 150 is kind of wide enough to get a lot sort of in focus if you've got a herd of elephants drinking, or if you've got a leopard lying in a tree far off. 600 is quite far off, you know. So that's going to be a good focal length to go for. If you're going to a private reserve, you can get away with a 300mm. I would say that's still going to do the job, but I'd rather go with a bit more focal length than too little. So I hope that answers the question. Let's maybe take you across to Lisa and see what she's got.
Look at this. We finally have more than just 3 or 5 zebra at a time at Okokoyo again. And I have already scanned through them. No foals with this group. Definitely more than one harem. And still a lot of pregnant mares. Heavily pregnant. So hopefully one of these days they too will have their foals. Of course, we have seen some newborns here in the lovely Okokoyo. But for me personally, I have not seen a group of zebra like this in probably, I think a good 2 weeks now. And generally, you know, for the most part, this is a very common occurrence in Okokoyo and a general sighting. But as I say, of course, with the weather pattern and with the seasonal rain that we are expecting, this definitely is truly special since the animals have really changed their patterns, their routines, their habits. So it's wonderful to see a big group like this again. Is that no, that's a foal from last year, that one off to the left. But you can see if you look here in the center, that one female is super pregnant. Oh, and how beautiful is this, just with a reflection. That is awesome. This has got to be one of my favorite things on safari. Whether it's a lion, an elephant, a bird, a zebra. If you've got that perfect sunlight hitting just right, giving the perfect reflection like we do have now. Oh, sis. A little bit of a disagreement there. And of course, these guys are well known for their powerful kick. But zebras are also very well known for being very feisty with one another. Of course, they can bite each other. They've got a set of teeth in their mouth that is called a tusher, or tushers. And that is actually a very sharp set of teeth. And often you'll see bite marks on zebras on their rear ends. I don't know if you've seen Madagascar. Like, what is the zebra's name? Marty, I think it is. Alrighty, Dee, I know what to get you for Christmas. Dee did not take 2 seconds to answer me on that. But when Alex bites Marty, you know, by accident, he's got that bite mark on him. Often you'll actually see bite marks on zebras like that. And that is actually from other zebras. They do get very, very, I always want to say ugly with one another. They will bite each other to also establish that dominance. And those two that are standing in the soil patch. Can we go now? But this really is, I mean, of course, this is a very common sighting that we have here in Namibia. But as I say, this has been something for a good 2.5 weeks that we have not seen. We have seen a few zebras here and there. Oh my goodness, look how fluffy that that female is. I almost called her the other word. But I don't think a zebra mare, especially pregnant, is someone you want to insult. Oh man, she's huge. Natalie, you would like to know if a zebra's bite is stronger than a horse bite. I can't tell you from personal experience because luckily I have not been bitten by either of the two. But I would guess it's similar. I do, however, think a zebra has a stronger bite force, just because of those tushers. But again, I wouldn't be able to tell you from personal experience. I can definitely research a bit on that for you. That is a very interesting question. I have actually lost a toenail to a horse that stepped on my foot, but it was my own stupidity. I was not wearing gumboots while I was grooming one, and yes, she got a fright. I lost a toenail, and that was the end of it. But luckily, I don't have personal experience with a zebra's kick or bite or anything like that.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
I bet if I were to challenge us all now to count all of the animals in frame now, well, the mammals specifically, the big mammals, there would definitely be one or two missing. Because the springbok here in the foreground, there are at least 10. The zebras, of course, that we just saw at the water are at least 30, but all of them blending so well with the rocks and with the soil and even with the green trees. Laurie, you are asking a very interesting question. Do zebra foals go through teething? That is a super interesting question. I will definitely research that for you. I'm not too sure. I don't think so. That is very interesting. I don't think so, no. Let me research it for you and I will definitely get back to you. of course, zebra foals in general are very, very fascinating creatures. And that is something I've actually never thought about. So I will definitely look that up for you and see what I can find out. I would think they don't. But then again, I'm not too sure now. Because surely they must have that tooth structure to protect themselves. But I'm thinking now, if they are nursing, that must be rather ouchy for mommy. Oh wow. There we are. My apologies. I should know this, but apparently I forgot about it. So zebras are born without teeth. Their first tooth usually emerges with 1 week of birth. They have 24 milk teeth, 12 of which are incisors and 12 are premolars. That is very interesting. Thank you so much, Laurie. I did not think about that. And I most probably have studied about that. But as I say, out of sight, out of mind. That is super interesting. But yes, for the most part, as I say, zebra foals are very fascinating creatures. I have had the opportunity to actually work with a zebra foal, but that lasted all of one day. The rhino orphanage, which I was referring to last week and the week before, when we were chatting about rhino conservation, they actually received a call one night saying that there's a zebra foal. I can't even remember what happened to it, but basically the zebra foal was by itself. It was malnutritioned, and I promise you I will never work with a zebra foal again. As I said, it did not last very long, and luckily one of the neighboring farms said no, they'll take it in. But that is very interesting. Thank you, Laurie. I will definitely brush up on my teething knowledge again with regards to the baby animals. Yeah, all our children, all 6 of them, along with the parents and 2 terrapins in the middle. Oh, they are becoming so big. I know I say this every day, and I know how annoyed I was when, a family member would come up to you if they perhaps haven't seen you in a couple of months or a year. Oh, you're getting so big. I used to hate that, especially if they grab your cheek and ugh. But I really feel that way about all of the animals, especially these geese. And you can see all 6 of them are accounted for. MJ, Mo, GSD, MJ. Who am I missing? I'm definitely missing one of our children's names. MD for Max and D. Oh, D, I'm so sorry, I forgot you. But all 6 children are accounted for. If you have no idea what I'm referring to now, last week we gave the little ones a name. Became a very complicated situation and process, because essentially I named them after our Escape to Nature directors, and then the viewer said, alright, but what about the other directors, and what about the tech team, and everyone in FC, so it just became a whole thing. So everyone got credit in terms of a name for the goslings. And then our first Springbok lamb, which to my knowledge, we still just have one that we have seen on camera. His name is Roscoe. And just to keep everyone in the loop, because I know many of you are wondering what is happening with the Mashatu Dam Cam. The problem is way more severe than we thought, and we might need to actually do a proper repair or upgrade, or we are looking into it. But of course, we ourselves are based in Southern Africa, and of course our Mashatu Dam Cam is in Botswana, so we are definitely looking into the problem, but it is not as simple as we were hoping. So just to keep everyone updated, I know you are wondering, I myself miss Mashatu a lot as well. I've been wondering how our elephants are doing. I actually dreamt about it last night. I dreamt we saw hyenas and leopards having a fight. And I'm being very serious now, I'm not just saying this. So believe me, I too miss it. But we promise we will keep everyone posted. Oh, and I see it's raining in Djuma now, so just to keep you posted with that as well, with regards to our water holes. But people, please remember, we are live, we are interactive, we are watching these chickadees as it is happening right now in Namibia. So please do send through any questions, comments, suggestions. Let me know what you want to chat about. Do you want to chat a bit about conservation? Do you have a question for me personally? We don't even have to do a AMA. We can do it right here on Escape to Nature. If you would like to ask us anything, whether it's myself, Rolf in Kariga, Amakala, Nick in Kariga, you are more than welcome to always get in touch with us. Even if you just have a suggestion or a comment. Look at all the lapwings and our springbok. I am hoping, since the zebras have come back in those sort of numbers, hopefully we will get a little bit more activity in terms of the other animals too. But of course, it's been a brilliant morning and it just keeps continuing. So to continue all of the brilliance and the awesomeness that we experience here with Mother Nature, I'm going to send you over to Nick so we can see what he's observing.
So I've been just cruising around, seeing if I could potentially find any bird species that are trying to dry their feathers out. It'd be beautiful if we could get maybe a common buzzard with its wings stretched out. And while I've been searching, I've just come across a stand of these little guys. These you can see these kind of stalks that are poking out of the ground here. So I'm not too sure if anybody knows what they're called. So these are tall white squills. Most of the ground is, at least most of the plant is kind of underground. But it's only really at this time of the year that we start to see these sort of protrusions, these flowers coming out of the ground. So like you can see here, there's sort of 3 or 4 stalks kind of coming out of the ground, and that's pretty common to see a few of them kind of in colonies, if you want to call that, if that's the right word. Kind of a stand of them all together. So in terms of height, obviously quite hard for you guys to see to get a gauge of height. They grow to be about 2 meters tall or so. So they're relatively tall. And if you think of where we are, we're now not too far from Scotia Dam. So a lot more sort of open areas and things here, which is kind of what these guys prefer. More sort of grasslands with well-drained soils and things like that. But I mean, you can find them really all over the place, and not just here in the Eastern Cape. You'll find them throughout South Africa. I think even as far up as sort of places like Congo, if I'm not mistaken. So I have had a look for sort of the rest of the plant. So there's like this type of bulb. Sometimes you can see a little bit of it kind of poking out of the ground. Sort of half underground and half on top of the ground, but this one here I can't see any of the bulbs. They kind of all seem to be underground at the moment. So usually if it is kind of above the ground, there's a sort of brownish covering of almost like dead scales over the bulb, whereas the rest of it sort of inside those scales would be more sort of whitish and fleshy. So there's a few toxins in this plant. It is quite a toxic plant, this one. So it's not really you want to be tangling around too much with sort of unnecessarily. So doctors have obviously tapped into the sort of the toxins within this little plant. Only used in very small quantities though. But it's got sort of cardiac glycosides within the sort of the bulb of the plant, which the doctors have used sort of in common medicinal practices and things like that. So these glycosides, they help to increase the efficiency and the sort of the overall contractions of the heart muscles, which is quite interesting. So you'll see lots of it all over the reserve here. Like I said, it's got those toxins, so it's not one that you kind of want to mess around with unnecessarily. But you find lots of insects that come onto this tall white squill, and they will eat some of the little bits of the plant, and they're able to assimilate those toxins. So you think of the same relationship of like a monarch butterfly with the milkweed plant. You find plenty of different insects doing exactly the same thing with this tall white squill, which is quite cool. And obviously from there, a lot of those insects will start to develop those very bright colors to show everybody that they are toxic, they are dangerous, to warn those predators. just see if I can possibly move to the side here. There are quite a few more. Now there we go. Just up here, you can see we've got a bit of blue sky starting to make an appearance, which we will never say no to. Yeah, you can see there's a few more of them. Like we said, you find them in quite big sort of groups together, doing their thing there. Rose Candy, thanks for the question. As far as I know, all plants do need to have pollen, obviously in terms of sort of the fertilization and the reproduction of that plant. There does need to be some pollen to ensure that that process happens successfully. Yeah. Yeah, and you can kind of see there's that little orangey splash at the bottom of the frame there, adding a little bit of contrast to the scenes here. Just different mineral compositions in the ground. Oh, it's definitely turning out to be an absolute beaut of a day here. It's definitely still humid, but yeah, the weather's doing its thing quite nicely for us. So I'm kind of keeping an eye out and still scanning around for any signs of birds airing their feathers out. I'm also quietly hoping to potentially even see one or two butterflies in the area here. Now that the rain has stopped, they can do their thing, they can move out and about again. It would be nice to see some of them. I did see a citrus swallowtail that flew past earlier, but he didn't want to stick around. He was there, then he was gone. Pam, how do birds know which plants are safe for them to feed on? Sure, that's a very good question. I'm not too sure if it's by instinct or if it's learnt behavior. No, I'm actually not 100% sure. It'd be very interesting to do a study on that. I'm pretty sure if they eat something that they shouldn't, they're gonna quickly find out. Oh, at my house in Durban, there's some starlings, some Cape glossy starlings that are forever eating like little berries and things from the surrounding area, and they've tried to make this little nest on the balcony of the house, and they are forever, like something just doesn't agree with these guys, and they are forever just dropping. It's like this purplish type of little feces extract there. And it just goes all over the place. It's an absolute pain to have to clean up all the time. Not like they care too much. If it doesn't settle, doesn't work with the stomach, get it out. Yeah. White mane, thanks for the question. Yeah, there will be quite a variety of lots of little different insects that'll come and feed on this. You think of your blister beetles and things like that. They'll definitely come and feed on that. So remember, the whole concept of something like your blister beetle is that it's then able to get those toxins and assimilate those toxins into its body, and then that blister beetle will then get bright colors, showing everybody else, hey, you know, I'm poisonous. Don't come for me. Which is quite interesting. So those blister beetles, they've got a toxin that if something does come after them, that toxin that they use is called cantharidin. So basically for them, they will excrete that out of the joints in their legs, which is crazy. There's no color to it, there's no smell to it. But I mean, if for us, if we had to grab them, you develop a little blister. Yeah, so it's interesting, huh? It's very interesting. If you look at a lot of the insects, you know, those ones that use that aposematic coloration to basically tell all the different predators not to come for them, it's amazing how they're able to, you know, to make all those bright colors. You know, how do they get those bright colors? It's crazy. Yeah, so I mean, getting that would basically be from two different ways, two different sort of mechanisms, if you want to call it that. So pigments, you think of your browns, your blacks and stuff like that, your more sort of neutral colors. Those are going to help to create that type of color. And then if you look at a lot of your little insects, most of them have got little exoskeletons, and that exoskeleton, they'll have, we're talking about minuscule now, tiny little level. They'll have small little, almost like ridges and valleys in that exoskeleton. And when the light hits those ridges and valleys, it obviously hits and is reflected at different angles and different intensities and things like that. Some of it's reflected, some of it's not. You know, some of it bounces off and some is kind of absorbed. And then, you know, that sort of variety of what the light does on those little ridges and valleys creates your more vivid colors. You know, you think of your blues and reds and greens and all those types of things. Yeah, which is very interesting. You know, you look at your I'm just trying to think of other insects here that we could get. Blister beetles, bombardier beetles. Let's keep going with the letter B here. So they would potentially use this tall white squirrel as well. So those bombardier beetles, they're able to, they make this very hot type of chemical, and they're able to spray that out. So to a human, if they sprayed that on us, you'd get a very strong burning sensation on your hand or your arm or wherever it's sprayed. And it's potent stuff, eh? So if you look at the sort of the structure, the anatomy of that beetle, underneath the top of that exoskeleton kind of casing, it's got two different chambers. And there's essentially two compounds that collectively make up this sort of hot chemical that they spray out. And each separate compound is kept in a different chamber. And then once the beetle feels threatened from either a potential predator or a human or whatever it is, it will then spray out this chemical, this liquid, and obviously just before it does that, it shoots the two different compounds out, and it meets just before the kind of the opening there. Those compounds, they mix together, and it then creates the hot stuff and gets shot out. But I mean, if those two different compounds were stored together, let's say in one chamber, it would burn the beetle. The beetle would be burnt. So those two compounds are separately contained, and then only when needed they kind of mix together and then shot out, which is really, really interesting. It's actually crazy. And it's quite an agile little thing, those bombardier beetles. You look at what's the technical term? The abdomen, the abdominal tip, where it's shot out of. It can move it up in all different directions. It's not like it can just shoot it kind of straight out. It can move that little abdominal tip up, down, left, right, all over the place. And yeah, it's pretty accurate. Yeah, which is interesting. I was just thinking about shooting, toxins and things out. You look at your Mozambican spitting cobra. When they're shooting their venom out, they kind of they really shoot it in the direction of your eyes. It's not like just anywhere. They shoot it in the direction of your eyes. Which plants are resistant to fire? Yeah, that's a good question. So if you look at a lot of your plant species that you found in the Cape Floral Kingdom, basically all of them, in order to reproduce, they need fire as a stimulant to release their seeds, to open up the casings and release their seeds. So basically all of or a large percentage of your plants in the Cape Floral Kingdom are going to need fire. Fire is important in other areas as well. It's not just Cape Floral Kingdom down in the Western Cape and places like that. You think of even savanna areas. You really need fire to come through periodically. It re-stimulates, it invigors the environment. It causes obviously that new fresh growth of grass, and you then get all of your your herbivores just loving life. And every now and then certain reserves they might do sort of like a controlled burn every sort of 4 or 5 years or so. And in terms of when they do that, it's not like, all right, they'll say let's burn half the reserve, because fire, like we said, it's good. It would get burnt in sort of like a mosaic pattern. So a small little section here, another small section there, another one down there. And that's kind of the more sustainable way of doing it, because obviously you look at some of your insects which can't fly. They can only go really slowly. Look at your tortoises. It's not like they can go too quickly either. So they're sprinting, but they're cruising slowly.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
you think of when a fire like that moves, that's not going in a mosaic pattern of like more of a control burn. You've got to feel sorry for your little tortoises and things which kind of struggle to move, and that's why it's so important that when you do go to game reserves or even mountains, wherever you go, that if you do have a braai or something like that, that you make sure you've put it out. There's no embers, especially in winter when everything's tinder dry. Obviously your cigarette butts and things like that, that's kind of that would go without saying. It was very scary, that. Wow. I remember that afternoon, I spent the afternoon with some lions, and they actually made their way. They were on the side of the river where the fire was moving. They made their way into the river. So obviously the sand was nice and cool down by the river. So there was no chance of any fire coming there, and like I say, the fire burnt all the way up into the banks of the river, and from there it kind of just put itself out. But it was a crazy few hours, sort of 2 o'clock until 9:30 or so, and it's only when something like that happens that it happens so quickly, and you can see the power and the strength of something like that. It's crazy. You look at your types of trees. You look at your leadwood. Remember, your leadwood's got a very dense type of bark, probably the most dense tree around, and that continued to smolder for like 2 weeks after the fire, a week and a half, 2 weeks. Yeah, it was incredible to see. That leadwood's also nice. It's another nice type of tree. Like we said, it's a very, very dense tree. The insects can't bore into it. Elijah, all of them, all the plants will grow mostly throughout the year. Obviously, in times of plenty, like summer, they might grow slightly faster than something like winter time. So they'll kind of be spurts, but they should be growing mostly throughout the whole year. Yeah, so it's humidity is still picking up, and I think relatively soon I might make my way to Scotia Dam and see if I can potentially find anything there. I really thought I'd see maybe some rhinos or zebras or little warthogs or something making their way there. Kind of been scanning on the banks of the thicket there down by the Kariga River, just hoping to see if I could find any of those birds airing their feathers out like we talked about. But as keen as I am to find that for you guys, I'm not having the easiest time making it happen. As the saying goes, easier said than done. But I think while it doesn't look like these tall white squirrels are making any tremendous amount of growth in front of our eyes, I might make my way towards Scotia Dam, see if anybody's having a drink there, and I think we might take you along to one of our other locations.
Thank you, Nick. While you were educating us on some plants and the importance of putting out our fires, but also the importance of bushfires in itself, planned bushfires, of course, I have witnessed 3 kills. Yes, you heard correctly. Taylor, you've got nothing on me. I've seen 3 kills today. No, I'm kidding. No, we've got 2 grey herons. And to be honest with you, I don't know which is which. But because of caution, I kept focusing on one and then the other. But in the course of the past few minutes, they've actually caught 3 fish. And I don't know which fish it is. I'm guessing by the size of it, it was tilapias. But very, very interesting. And they are so quick. And it's so interesting with these guys, you know, sometimes you can observe them for literally hours and not see one kill. But they've definitely been super successful. Starbuck, good morning. Good to hear from you. You would like to know what birds drink whilst in flight. Your swallows, your quillias, often your bee eaters will also. Let's see. Ta-da! You just saw a kill. Look at us. We are dominating. When you've got guests on actual safari with you and you tell them that they are not very impressed with you, especially if they've flown halfway across the globe just to come see an actual kill, and you say, but you see, we just saw a kill. What's wrong? It just got some sushi. But Starbucks, specifically your smaller birds, I'm sure you've seen on Escape to Nature, at Okukoyo, at Mashatu, you know, the quillias, they'll sort of just constantly come and go in flight and get a sip while they do so. But your swallows as well, your bee eaters, so it's mostly your smaller birds that will sort of just get a drink in flight and then take off again. It's all about conserving energy out here. And, of course, about safety. So, oh, I thought you got a fright from the terrapin. That would have been hilarious. I literally thought that terrapin got a fright from the terrapin. Ach, the heron. Goodness, Lisa. The bird is a heron. The reptile in the water is a terrapin. That was rather humorous. I think we should place bets. Which heron is going to make the next kill? And as you can see, our buffalo took off eventually as well. They've probably been gone for an hour now or so. So they probably rejoined the herd. So we've just been doing some birding. We did get a little bit of rainfall here in Djuma. But as you can see, that has calmed down now, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, well, you see, this is making my life difficult now. Which heron to focus on? Let me know which heron you think is going to be successful first. The one on the left or the one on the right? The first answer I get, I will focus on that heron. Because this is just, how do I know? Yuan, you would like to know, do herons eat insects and fish? Yes. So they prefer fish, But I have seen them specifically in the summer times. You know, they'll sort of go for dragonflies as well. But their preferred diet is fish. They like sushi. Sushi! Do you like sushi? Let me know. I hated it when I was younger, and then I grew up and I like it now. I'm just trying to see which one. Let me know, left or right. Which one should we focus on? Which one is going to be successful with the next kill? I feel like the one on the left is more determined. But maybe the one on the right has got a better strategy, you know, sort of ambush the fish. Ooh, is it going to happen? I think the one on the left is going for it. Oh, gosh. Yuan, you are saying the right one. I will go back to him now, I promise. This one seems like it's got its eyes on something. No. No. Right, Johan, I trust you. We are going with the one on the right. You seem to know something. Crystal, good morning. You are also saying the one on the right, which is the one we are focused on now. So hopefully you and Johan are right. And we will see. I mean, for me personally, if I was a bird, this would be my tactic. Just sitting still, and because in my head, when you move around, you sort of chase the fish away from you. But that one that has been moving around has had quite a bit of success, so there must surely be strategy behind the madness. Changing the strategy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Is it happening? Ta-dum. Ta-dum. Ta-dum, 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 ta-ta-la. Come on. That wasn't very impressive, but it's fine. We'll give you that point. Try again. Do it. Do it. Do it. Get us a catfish. A big, fat catfish. Now, of course, you know, they do go for the smaller birds. You can see it's got... Ooh, it's got something. Jeez, we are just on a hunting frenzy today. Yuan, Crystal, you guys were on it. You chose the correct heron. Well, perhaps the other one was also successful in the meantime. Oh my goodness. This is literally like the 5th or 6th. Dude, no wonder you're so poofy. Calm down. It's not like you're going into hibernation or something. You will eat Gowrie Dam empty. What? I mean, I know it's not a big fish. It's a tilapia, but still. Well, you definitely chose the correct one to be observing. I don't know if the other one is this successful. Roy, good morning. You are saying that was amazing. What a catch. Which one? This bird is super impressive. Like, I am astonished with you. It's... I personally have never seen a heron catch so many fish so consecutively, one after the other. Aw, Crystal, you always say the nicest things. Thank you so much for that. Oh my goodness. Seriously, bird, calm down. This is, of course, super entertaining for us, but I'm just, you know, I know fish is very healthy. I also love fish, but you're gonna get bloated. Dude. Oh my goodness. We'll just enjoy this. This is really so cool. Never in my life have I seen any heron catch so many fish at once. I think there might be a glitch in the dam cam. Maybe it's just like on repeat or something. This is incredible. And he makes it seem so effortless. Do the fish not realize by now, hello, there's a bird here. Let us move it. Really? Okay, I'm gonna stop now. I'm just gonna appreciate this. Yolanda, you would like to know if these grey herons have good eyesight. I would definitely think so, yes. Birds, of course, you know, in general have very good eyesight, specifically birds such as eagles, owls, but especially herons as well. Any bird in particular that needs to catch something that is moving. So, in other words, you know, catch its prey or its food. they definitely have good eyesight. But in general, all birds have good eyesight. But you can just imagine this guy, he's being super impressive. So you can only think how spot on those eyes are. We'll come back to him now. I just want to see how our other one is doing. And also just make sure we are not missing any missing any visitors to the water hole. I can't believe that. That is literally, I've never ever in my life seen that. There's another one. Is there like a heron conference going on that I didn't know about? Or is that perhaps the one? No. There is another one. Goodness. And some impala. Right, bookies. We'll come back to you. We are super invested in these fishermen. Let's see if this one is as impressive. Come on, my friend, you've got a record to set. I just want to, sorry, I'll get back to this heron now. I just want to see if the impalas are snorting at each other. Or if they are in fact alarm calling for something. Nope. Just snorting at each other. Of course, it can sound very similar, but then you would just look at the animal. If all of them are watching something, you know, they're all frozen, all alarm calling, then you definitely know something is up. But you can see all of them are pretty relaxed. However, these guys definitely seem worried about something. Just bear with me. I just want to have a look-see around and see if there is in fact anything. You can see the other impalas are still pretty chilled out. But all of the males are definitely paying attention. Molly, good morning. You are saying this has been an amazing day so far. Absolutely, I agree with you. It's been super, super exciting. We've, of course, had brilliant sightings so far, from buffalo to mongoose to the herons, the rhinos, cheetahs. It really has been such an incredible day, and we are so, so thankful. Just want to see. It seems like something is definitely upsetting these guys. Just bear with me.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
So I don't see anything. Of course, as I said, it may just be hidden, whatever they did smell or hear. Or they may have just picked up on a scent that they are not particularly trusting of. But we will definitely, of course, keep an eye on the situation and around the watering hole. You never know. Impalas don't lie too often when they feel threatened. So definitely we'll keep listening. Crystal, you are saying it's the Sabi Sand Impala band. I like that. Thank you. That is brilliant. I would not have thought of that. I really do like that. And especially now, a lot of the males are already getting super excited for rutting season and all of that. So they have been very vocal these past few days. So definitely very, very applicable. I like it. We'll use it with your permission, of course. No, seriously, if these herons continue for the whole day, there will be no tilapias left in Gowrie Dam. And there's actually, do yourself a favor, there's brilliant footage on a hippo that is busy mud wallowing in the dry season. And a waterhole had actually dried up, and there's a leopard that's busy hunting catfish, because of course, catfish can still sort of survive in the mud. They don't necessarily need an active waterhole. And the next thing, this leopard almost pounces the hippo because it doesn't see it. It's so well camouflaged, and this hippo is just doing its thing, playing in the mud, looking for catfish. And the next thing, you just see this massive boulder moving. And of course, you know, the one didn't know about the other, so both of them got this huge fright. But it was very, very entertaining. But these guys are looking for tilapias, I suspect. By the size of it, I'm thinking that is probably what it is, which is a much smaller fish, very common in these areas. Whereas catfish, we've actually before also seen a juvenile fish eagle devouring a catfish, a massive catfish. But as we saw, these guys are going for the smaller things that are easy just to quickly swallow. Kelly, you would like to know how much does a grey heron weigh? It's not very, very heavy. Anything from 1.2 to like 1.5 kilograms. It's not, I mean, if you compare it to a lot of other things in nature, it is probably heftier, but not as heavy as a Varu eagle owl, for instance, or some of the bigger eagles, your Marshall eagle. So, but definitely, you know, one of the bigger birds. But I'm just telling you that from, you know, reading about them and learning about them. I personally have not carried one, so I probably can't testify to, oh, it's not too heavy. I just quickly want to have a look-see around and see if the other two are still around. Oh, and again, we've got that beautiful reflection. If the sun comes out a little bit more, then you'll have the absolute never mind, we'll have nothing. You silly bird. I was going to say we would have had the perfect reflection like we saw earlier on in Ukukoyo. Even though there are a little bit of clouds, when the sun just hits on the right spot on the water, the reflection is perfect. This one impala seems very... never mind. So if there is in fact something around and they know, you know, okay, well, it is not safe right now, we might need to run at any moment, they won't be ruminating like that. They will stop everything they are doing, constantly smell and listen. But this guy is busy re-chewing his cud, which tells us for the most part he's relaxed, but you can also see with most of the other impalas, they are also just doing their thing, carrying on. Of course, that heron is going behind the bush. Where else would you go? So we've got 2 out of the 3 left. I'm not sure where the other one went. ooh, ooh, ooh. Why? He got it! Must have been a smaller one. He definitely swallowed, unless he just swallowed water. But it seems like that was a successful hunt. Definitely impressive. I actually wish I could ID them properly to know which one was the more successful one. Because the one that we saw earlier on, like literally 5, 6, 7 fish consecutively, just like that, made it seem so effortless. Johan, you would like to know if I've ever seen a juvenile heron. I want to know. Have you ever known? I have not, actually. I'm trying to think if I've seen any juvenile heron. I know for a fact I have not yet seen the grey heron as a juvenile. I know what they would look like. Their full white plumage has not come in yet. Their beak coloration, the stripe on the beak. It's not far less impressive as the adult. And then also that funny piece of feather that they have at the back of their neck. But no, I personally have not yet seen one. Hopefully one day. It's always fun, to get the various forms of animals. From juvenile to breeding season, or breeding plumage, I should say. To, of course, with your eagles specifically, you get your pale morphs and your dark morphs. So it really would be good. What was that? Was that water or food? This guy, he's just carrying on like it's his show. Calm down. Yes, perhaps just a drinky drink. That soy sauce with sushi can become very, it can dry your palate out quite a bit. There we go, some salad, wasabi. And now some ginger. Nope, water. I also don't like the ginger. I don't blame you, Heron. Oh! Okay. I thought he's going for another kill, but never mind. Never mind, bird. I actually want to check in with our chickadees, our family. Oh, man. They grow up so fast. Look at that plumage coming in. Little fluff ball. Especially in comparison to our youngsters that we have in Okukoya. Of course, these are at least a good month and a half older, I would guess. But it really is still so impressive how quickly they grow up. Yes, you see, this is another reason why I can't be a bird. I would fall on my face. Not alone just standing on my one leg, but yes, you, yes. I'm talking to you, yes. No, don't look to your partner. I'm talking to you. These animals. Let us see what is happening with the impalalas. And if anyone else is coming to the water hole. I just quickly want to clean our lanes. I apologize. As I say, we did have a light drizzle earlier on. So just so we can see these animals perfectly. How incredible, huh? I'm sitting in Johannesburg. This camera is in Djuma. And we are able not just to watch the animals make their kills and do their thing, but also to clean our camera. How cool is that? And again, even when we look at these impala lambs, it feels like yesterday, you know, when we started scouting for the first baby animals, the first impala lambs, and now you almost have to just take a second look to make sure, is that a lamb or is that an adult? Just trying to get to show you the ticks on this one impala. You can see all of those tiny things are actually ticks latching onto her. And of course that is what the oxpeckers are often after. Oh, that's nice. You do you, boo. Don't mind us. look at these blue clouds. Hopefully they are just passing by and they are not here to stay. But of course, rain is definitely necessary, even though, you know, the green grass, the green trees, the flowers and everything seems sufficient to our eyes. It is not at all going to get them through the winter as well if it does not rain quite a bit more as well. This impala still seems very fat. Or am I mistaken? They can definitely hear the camera. Luckily they can't hear me. I want to say this impala is still a bit rounder. Alrighty, I'm sure you are all wondering what is happening with Rolf and his cheetah, so I'm going to send you over so we can get an update.
So we're still on stakeout, quietly, patiently watching and waiting and hoping that these cheetah get up and mobile. We had a little while ago just some warthogs that walked past, but they didn't take any notice of them. I'm pretty happy that they're not going for warthogs. It is a rather dangerous animal for cheetah to attempt to kill. There was a previous male that was on this reserve. He was an adult, he was a good hunter, and he tackled a warthog that maimed him, and he ended up dying as a result. So it just goes to show that a warthog is a rather tricky animal for cheetah, and it for me seems that these guys already have experience with them, and they seem to just leave them if they're anything other than little piglets. So that's obviously a good thing, as we've seen. But for the better part of the entire morning, these guys have just been sleeping up in the bush. But as I have said on many occasions, that doesn't mean that they're not going to get active at any second. So it's always worth the wait, especially at this time of day. There's not much else going on. This is our best opportunity for something that might be special. Albeit, we are just watching the bush and can see some spots inside the thicket there, but that's about it. We saw them sit up a moment ago, but that's probably the most action we've had. Now, Gloria, good question. You do see the cats get interested in snakes, but they instinctively understand that it's dangerous. So they're not particularly sort of willing to go for them. It all depends on how hungry they are. If they're very hungry, they may. But we were also listening to a story yesterday from one of the lodge managers that said, the animals if they come across tortoises on a regular basis, and not so much snakes, when they go up to tortoises, they're quite slow. They pull their head back into the shell and they hiss. And was it a lodge manager? There was actually Morgan's story. I'm mixing up stories now. He told me that the dogs, they go for tortoises, and yeah, and then the tortoise retracts its head. It hisses at the dogs or the cats or whatever it is, and they become used to this slow moving tortoise that hisses. And doesn't do anything to them. And then when they come across snakes, the likes of which we get here, which is mostly the puff adders, that also are seemingly very slow, and they also hiss when the animals approach them, very similar to the tortoises, and they then get relaxed because they're used to that sort of reaction. But if you know puff adders, they have the fastest striking ability of any snake on the planet. And I've seen a National Geographic documentary where they put a balloon and they irritated a puff adder, and they recorded the strike of the puff adder on the balloon. And when you see it in real time, the puff adder strikes the balloon and it pops. But when they show it in slow motion, the puff adder strikes the balloon twice before it pops. So their striking ability is incredibly fast. And obviously a dog or a cat going very close to a puff adder with its nose is going to land up with a bite on its nose, and then the animal's face is going to swell up that it will really probably land up dying. Because it's around that the sort of very important organs, the nose, the mouth, and the ability to breathe, it would probably land up in a fatality. So it's not a good idea for animals out here to be going for snakes, and hopefully they don't have too much experience with tortoises, and then they think that it's the same when they go, especially what we get around here, lots of puff adders, and some of the biggest puff adders that I've seen anywhere on all my travels and workings within Africa. So these are big puffies, and they look slow, but they have an incredibly fast strike. So it wouldn't be a good idea and would land up in them dying. So they would probably make that mistake only once, and then that would be them. So hopefully they don't come across too many snakes, and they catch themselves enough food that they don't have to go looking for those kind of meals, because they'd land themselves in trouble. But it all comes down to experience, and that's why I think with these warthogs, they've somehow learned that it's not a good idea to try and tackle them anything bigger than a piglet. And you can see just by the attention that they pay to the warthogs, it's not a crouch. They don't put their ears back. They sort of look at the warthog as a potential, and then they sort of almost ignore it, look in the opposite direction, which is probably a good thing. And hopefully they rather go for animals, antelope and smaller sort of young babies, etc. That's what they must be going for. Leave the snakes alone. There are some animals that do go for snakes. Honey badgers one, and they're notorious as well for almost not even bothering when they get bitten by snakes. Sometimes they might just sleep it off. We've seen a honey badger that was bitten by a black mamba, and it had about a 4-hour sleep and then carried on its life. Whereas if that was a human, after 4 hours, you would probably be in the stages of decomposing already. You've probably got yourself about 2 hours to live after a bite, depending on where you're bitten. But if it's anywhere in the upper extremities, you don't have long to live with the real potency of a black mamba. So Jeremy, I don't know of any animals that are completely immune to snake venom, but honey badgers being one that is incredible how they are resilient towards that. It does affect them, but it doesn't kill them. and as I say, even been bitten by a black mamba. So that's neurotoxin. However, I haven't seen a honey badger that's been bitten by a puff adder, for instance. So that's cytotoxic and would attack the cell tissues. And so there would be extreme swelling. But yeah, honey badger is one of those crazy survival freaks. So it would be interesting to see any examples of honey badgers that had been bitten by puff adders in particular. I've only seen them being bitten by cobras and black mamba. And as I say, they just sleep it off. So they must be able to neutralize the protein in the venom somehow. And it's very interesting indeed. There's other animals like mongoose and surrogates that also attack snakes, but they seem to avoid the bites by being incredibly quick and working as a team. So one sort of goes in front of the snake while the other ones attack it from behind. And when the snake strikes, they normally get out the way and it misses. But I do think that they avoid puff adders because of that extreme speed with which it does strike. So yeah, but snakes still, it's a tricky business, that, and only specialized animals that will go for them. When we look at the secretary birds, they've specialized in hunting snakes, and most of them are venomous. But they've got the protective scales on their legs, so it doesn't seem as if the fangs can actually penetrate that hard outer layer that they have. Same goes for snake birds, etc. They've got a protective layer, so they don't actually get the venom injected inside their bodies. If the snake, however, had to grab their head or get through the feathers and enter the body, it would be a different story. They would die. But that's also why they have such long legs, enabling them to keep those vulnerable parts away from the snake, and then they punch it, that it gets a little bit disorientated, and it's not able to strike as well as it would have. And that's part of their sort of hunting strategy, is beat the snake as quickly as possible and stop it from being able to strike you, and then proceed to eat it. There's lots of animals that, and most of them, will be bitten and they'll die, or they'll swell up, and they can be resilient. I've seen buffalo with massively swollen legs, and would assume that they've been bitten by something in the likes of puff adders, but they can survive. As I say, lower extremities, not as bad, but if that was bitten on the nose, as for instance with a predator trying to attack the particular snake, that is a dangerous part to be bitten on. But on the legs, on the feet, that could potentially result in just swelling, and then they can get through it. But not in the case of the face. And it's getting very hot now, so we have the potential, when we get very hot like this, we do see lots and lots of tracks on the road of snakes and of tortoises, and we see lots of tortoises out at this time when it gets hot, and they've got their solar panels out and they're all fully charged, so they do then become very active, and you see lots of their tracks as well.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us, and have a fantastic morning.
And yes, just so watching bats, well, not having actually witnessed them catching spiders, but just with the evidence that we would find in the morning on the tables of our larpers, etc., that we would use for meals and for studying, where the bats used to roost up in the top of the thatch. And yeah, lots and lots of baboon spiders at particular times of the year. We also we witnessed some bats taking out golden orb web spiders, but they wouldn't fly through the web. They would fly up to it and actually pick the spider out of the silk or the web itself, because some of the bats were rather small, and if they had to fly into the web, they could even potentially have become the spider's prey, whereas they were picking them off the webs but not flying through it and getting caught themselves. So the patience game continues, and the stakeout is real. That's part and parcel of being out in the bush. It doesn't happen when we want it to, it happens when it happens. Finished and klaar. Well, finished and klaar, or finished and finished from our side just for now. Let's head on over to Lisa and see if she's got a start.
Thank you, Rolf. Yes, indeed. It happens when it happens. Right time, right place. You cannot plan it, you cannot force it. Just be patient and hope that it pays off. We've got some beautiful springbok, as always, in Okokoyo. And it's been super interesting to watch this location, specifically the springbok. They really have sort of come to this side of the waterhole as well, where generally, we'll just see them on the other side. But I think they've pretty much exhausted the little bit of grass that has actually sprouted from the little bit of rain we have, or have had in, I think the past few days, but not a lot, honestly. And so you'll see, let me just see if I can show you, that on this side of the waterhole, it is fairly greener as opposed to the other side now. So hopefully, as I say, every single day we'll get some proper rainfall, and that will carry on for at least a couple of days, hopefully. And so then all of the trees can be revived, all of the grass can come through, the flowers. It really is going to be so incredible to see what it's going to do to the animals' patterns, their routines, their feeding habits and times. And of course, I do think if it's not going to be like a sufficient 3-4 days of rain, then there definitely will be a lot of humidity hanging around. You can imagine with all of these rocks around, that is just absorbing all of the heat. And so even if it does rain a little bit, it's just sort of creating humidity to come back up into the air. And so hopefully that will create a lot more animals to come to the waterfall again. But again, as I say, this is just speculation. I have no idea what's going to happen. It will definitely be super interesting to keep monitoring it, to see what we can do and see. But yes, furthermore, it has been pretty chilled and peaceful. I've actually been looking for bee eaters with no luck yet. They are probably just perched in a silly bush again, just for me not to find them. And I have also scouted around for our secretary bird, because of course yesterday we had a brief glimpse of one, but I've not yet spotted it. Oh, Crystal, you wanted to know about that one goose that had its leg up. So again, it could be for various reasons. Human interpretation tells us that that is sort of weight distribution, not that it's the size of an elephant. But we see elephants do the same, every now and again they'll just sort of cross their legs a little bit just to distribute the weight and give some rest on the body. So that is also why Egyptian geese will do that, is to just sort of take a little bit of a break. Not that I think, for me personally, it doesn't make sense. I would be exhausted if I had to stand on one leg as opposed to both my legs, but then again, I'm not a bird, so I don't think I'm entitled to have any form of opinion. I actually have not checked this mini tree line yet for the bee eaters. I just quickly want to have a look. Well, of course, bee eaters are insectivores, and so you could find them high up in trees, but specifically when they are actively feeding, you'll find them on lower bushes and brushes. So that when they do in fact spot an insect, they can quickly swoop in for the kill. I'm sure you've seen with the flycatchers as well, the kingfishers. And then generally they go to perch on that same branch, but the bee eaters have made it a little bit tricky for me. However, that being said, I'm very proud that we have seen them so far. Let me just make sure over here. Sorry, just bear with me. I have not yet spotted the European bee eaters perched today. I have seen them photobombing quite a bit, but not yet actually just chilling on one of the bushes or even a tree. Ooh, look at all of this green grass coming through. And I am sure many of you know this, but for those of you that do not know, this is live. As we are watching these beautiful antelopes, the guinea fowl, everything just happening right now, all of this is live. And of course, we are an interactive channel. We love hearing from you, so please do get in touch with me. Send me any questions or comments or suggestions or anything that you may have. Whether it's about the animals, about myself, about Ukukoyo or any of the locations, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us. I'm not too sure if that is one. There's definitely a bird. It's just a little bit tricky with the white rocks. But yes, that is in fact our European bee-eaters. You can see they are all slowly coming in for landing, but there is one just off-center to the right on that thin branch that's going on out. I apologize, it is a little bit far away from the actual camera. Just stunning. So they are in fact still around. Of course, these are migrants. And they are also anxiously with us awaiting the rain. So they can have all of the insects and things that will come out. But as I mentioned, we have had a little bit of rain. So that has sort of spruced up the soil a little bit already for the birds, which is why we have also slowly started seeing some raptors. Well, at least we know where they are perched today. Of course, you know, they'll change their perch the whole time. But for the most part, with the smaller birds, from what we've seen generally, especially the insectivores, if they have found a good spot, they'll keep returning to that spot. And then, you know, if they see, okay, well, it's getting less eventful in terms of actual activities from the creepy crawlies, the insects, all of that, they will move to another perch. As I mentioned, a lot more activity in terms of the green grass around the waterhole, which of course is encouraging the animals to come to this side. And of course, you know, that's why animals do what they do. That is why they move, why they migrate. It's for food and water. Those ones definitely, for the most part, come first. But then it could also be, of course, you know, for reproducing. But for the most part, any animals move around due to food and water availability. Which is why the animals in the Masai Mara do migrate. And the springbok are migrating to this side of the waterhole. Of course, it doesn't count as an actual migration, but it's a mini migration, just coming to this side. just look at all of the green grass. Can you imagine how it's going to look after a proper rainfall? Because the little bit that we have had, as I say, is not nearly enough something to get excited about. So it will really be super, super interesting to see what sufficient rainfall is going to offer for us. Oh, look at the sun coming out. Alrighty, I will keep monitoring the beautiful Okokoyo as well as our Djuma Dam cam and keep you posted, of course. But while I do so, I'm going to send you to Nick so we can see what he's up to.
I agree 100%, Lisa. It would be amazing to see what Okokoyo looks like after the rain. It would actually look a little bit strange, kind of knowing how dry it usually is there. I'm sure if it was sort of as abundant with colour and as green as something like Kariega here, it would look a little bit strange. But it would be amazing at the same time to see, though. I feel like it would take a lot of rain to allow that to take place. Yeah, and it is still very warm here, so the clouds have kind of parted a little bit. We've got a lot more blue skies than when you were last with me here at Kariega. I feel like it's still very humid, but the temperature, I would say, has increased. But it is a lovely day to be out and about here. At Kariega. I'm not too sure if you can hear, but our wildebeest bull that we can see there is doing a little bit of territorial calls. He's just happy to be around. And I've just been down, getting closer to Scotia Dam, not quite down to Scotia Dam yet. But I see there is a herd of eland a little distance away that looks like they may potentially be starting to rouse themselves and head down in that area. And there has been some kudu in the thickets, quite hard to get a view of them, that I'm hoping that they will head down there as well. But these zebras and this wildebeest, very happy to be kind of just doing their thing just to the north of Scotia Dam itself here. And we've got some other visitors which I'd love to show you here. Not too far away. And pretty close to the vehicle, if anything. I am zoomed all the way out. I can't zoom any further out, just to give you an idea of how close they really are to the vehicle here. So this is a lovely little treat to have. And just having a look carefully, if you look at the legs, I know that there are lots of shadows and things like that, but if you look at those that back right leg, it definitely looks like these rhino have maybe been down to Scotia Dam. There's definitely a wet water line there. So remember, with those mud wallows kind of drying up, I would say that the next best bet for this area right where we are now is just to plonk themselves right down in Scotia Dam. Look at that. That is the perfect shot of the butts of a rhino. I nailed it. I know that's what all of you were hoping to see today. So I've absolutely nailed it. Yeah, lovely. Hannah, thanks for the question. How many dams and pans are there in this area here? Well, the main one where I am right now is Scotia Dam, which is quite a big one. And then just further to my right-hand side, about 200 meters slightly further north, is the Kariga River, which is it's a good stronghold of water for the animals in the area here. But then in terms of other little pans and things, we've got those 2 mud wallows close to Scotia Dam here. There is another one sort of further east of me, another 300 meters away. Sure, from that, yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty of little pans and things in this area here, Hannah. There's definitely no shortage. I think in terms of the mud wallows where we are right here at Scotia Dam, those have dried up, and in turn, if you have been watching over the past few days, you would have seen normally that we do get a nice big herd of buffalo coming down here. We haven't had those buffalo here now for a few days, pretty much since these mud wallows have dried up. And I've kind of been doing a bit of driving around, checking these other little mud wallows and things out, but I haven't been able to find where those buffalo are gone. But yeah, good on them. If they want to go and look for different areas to go and do their thing, nothing wrong with that. I think for the rhino, they love it here, just because the grasses are quite nice and short. Remember, they do love the shorter grasses compared to something like the buffalo. And then I'm sure, judging by the look of these rhino, that they've kind of just plonked themselves in the water. Mud's obviously going to be better to protect their skin from the sun, but if they're feeling the heat and they just want to cool themselves down, yeah, nothing wrong with going down to Scotia Pan. Can see a little bit of bonding going on with the zebras in the background there, how they're kind of just resting their heads on top of one another. I must say, in heat like this, I wouldn't want anybody touching me. I've got too many cousins in the family to count, and if we were all together right now, I would lay down the law, and they're all younger than me, so I can lay down the law. But I would tell everybody, no one's touching me in this heat, you know, unless I'm in the swimming pool. You know, I guess for the zebra though, it is bonding between them, and it's a case of I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine. You know, they're definitely looking out for each other. I'm just talking a little bit of rubbish here. Gentle little breeze puffing across here, just helping to take the edge off of the heat, I think. I did see a pair of white storks flying past, heading in the direction of Scotia Dam, so it's a possibility that when I finally do manage to get down there, we may have a pair of white storks waiting for us.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody. Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Very nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
So I have searched far and wide for our birds airing their feathers out, and by now it's too little too late. It's earlier on it was quite humid, and potentially a lot of the birds were still kind of resting and airing those feathers out, but by now they've all managed to successfully do that, I'm sure. So unfortunately I wasn't able to bring that to you today, but another day, and we'll make it happen, hopefully. Starbuck, why are black rhinos so reclusive? That's just their behavior. That's just their natural instincts in terms of how they live their lives. Oh wow, let me just pan to the side here. There's an ostrich absolutely bolting its way along here. Look at its feathers getting blown in the wind. It's upsetting the zebra as well. Yeah, that was a nice little bit of action there. So just to get back to our question, in terms of the behavior of black rhinos, that's kind of just ingrained in terms of who a black rhino is. So first of all, I think we've got to take into consideration that behavior, that they naturally are slightly more nervous than what a white rhino would be. Secondly, we need to remember habitat differences. Black rhinos really love that thick habitat. Think of the bottom of a steep valley, something like that. Whereas your white rhinos prefer this more open area. So obviously, with the black rhinos moving around in that denser vegetation, it makes it harder to find them, which kind of adds to making it more difficult to find, and their more sort of reclusive behavior, if you want to call it that. So I would say it's a combination of those two factors. But I'm a big fan of a black rhino. I love them. We touched on it, slightly now, that they are a little bit more nervous by behavior, by character, but they can also be quite aggressive, and that aggressiveness, they're feisty, they hold so much character. It captivates me, really. So yeah, Starbuck, I hope that answered your question. And in the meantime, I think let's take you across to Lisa in Djuma, who's got some buffalo.
Ooh, hello, pied wagtail. Nick, so far just one buffalo, and this would be your typical Dagga boy. A very, very old male. You can see he's got some mud that has dried on the skin. Of course, Dagga refers to mud. And he's busy chewing some gum. I love that wagtail. Ooh, it's my time to shine too. Hi guys, hi. So with buffalo, of course, we have spoken quite a bit. Ooh, there's more than one wagtail. We've spoken quite a bit about, aging them and the dangers they face when they are in fact solitary as well. I tried to have a look to see if this male actually has some injuries on him, because from what we've seen yesterday and today, the ones with those really bad injuries on them tend to like the water. But often you will find this with your older buffalo bulls that have broken away from the herds. So eventually, they do get challenged by the younger bulls that also become the protectors of the herd, and so they sort of get shoved out, so they retire. And this is not something you want to mess with. As I mentioned earlier, buffalo herds are very, very dangerous, but a male like this in particular as well. They literally become grumpy old men. So for the most part, if they are not provoked, they'll just do their own thing. But you can imagine this guy is going to be much more vulnerable. He does not have the protection of his herd. So should a pride of lions come for him, he will try to go as deep into the water as possible. But definitely way more riskier. He's still very dangerous. You can see, when I say he's older, you can definitely see the skin. I mentioned this morning earlier on the older they become, generally the more faded their skin will become, and that is actually because of all of the hair eventually starting to fall out, and that is exposing the actual skin color. So it's not necessarily that their skin is fading, it is just all of the hair that sort of eventually make them bald, and generally you will see that more to the rear end of the body. But also when you look at his face, he's got quite a few scars and things. And then of course the horns, very good indicator. He's definitely had quite a few good fights in his life. You'll see quite a bit of damage on the actual horns, and that of course comes from fighting with other bulls throughout his life. Yes, life is very difficult. Good sigh he gave there. Hello, Lapwing. But I will definitely keep an eye on this buffalo. I do just quickly want to get back to the impala herd we had earlier, because there was one with a literally like a severe hole in its body, and it was right underneath the damn camera, and we could actually get a good look and see all of the mires and maggots and everything in the actual wound. Now sadly I do not know what happened to it, but I do want to see if we can have a look at it. It was a female, so I'm just going to see if we can find her again. I just quickly want to have a look at something. I'm not sure if my eyes are deceiving me. It is a bush. Roger, thank you so much for getting in touch with us. Good afternoon. You would like to know if it can be used as a healing factor for animals. I think to a sense it could potentially, yes. But that being said, I don't think it should constantly be covered in mud, because of course, just like humans, they have a natural process of healing. So if it's constantly got mud on it, then that wound can't actually form a scab and go through the healing process. So it could be an advantage, yes, but I don't think they should constantly have mud on them. But then again, everything out here happens for a reason. Everything is natural. And so the animals will definitely use what they can if they need to. Like we've seen the buffaloes using the water constantly, which I think does still sting them on the wounds, those ones that did have wounds. But if you think about it, you'd rather have some water on your wound as opposed to oxpeckers, branches, brushes, twigs, thorns, constantly scratching over that as well. It's going to be difficult to find this impala because the actual wound was on the impala's left side. So this one that we have right in front that's lying down, busy regurgitating, looking to the right, that is how it would need to face for us to actually see the wound. I'm also just trying to figure out, of course, as soon as they go behind this tree where the dam cam is situated on, it's like they're almost going to Narnia. They completely disappear. The tree swallows them. So I did unfortunately lose it. Of course, it's going to be tricky if they're all just lying down. But I will definitely keep my eyes peeled just to see. I'm wondering if it's not this one. She keeps... No, it won't be that one, because it is on that side. But yes, Nadine, our director, and I were actually discussing it. It was rather... I cringed even more than I did with a buffalo. It was literally a hole in the impala. And she's not interested. Move on. Grace, good afternoon, and thank you so much for your question. You would like to know if impalas also twitch like zebras. So yes, a lot of the animals twitch, specifically your herbivores that will have ticks and parasites on them, but even your predators will have ticks and parasites on them. But definitely they are just... Look at that guy. They are just constantly sort of shaking the actual skin to try and get rid of flies and things that are landing on them. But if you mean twitch like the zebras that, you know, are constantly nodding their heads whilst they are walking, that is actually due to a botfly that lays eggs in the nostrils. So for the most part, that just happens with the zebras and the wildebeest. Not so much with the impalas, to my knowledge. But if you are in fact referring to their skin that is doing the shakes, that is of course due to the ticks and the parasites. I'm just trying to... I really hope I can show you this impala, because it was a massive hole in its body. Just look at the little ones. Oh, man, it seems like they're all moving off now. these clouds are not looking healthy. Just wanted to show all of you what's happening with the clouds and the weather. Charlize, you would like to know if we have black impalas. No, unfortunately not. Of course, it is a very interesting animal to see. I've only seen a few in my life. And not actually even a few, I think maybe twice. And of course, a black impala is like a king cheetah, for instance. It is a recessive gene, and it's actually something sought after a lot. I know a lot of farmers that breed with game, such as sable antelope, rowan antelope, a lot of your bigger antelope that are often auctioned off. Those people will actually try and attempt to breed with them. Now, as I say, it's much easier said than done, because you do need impalas with a recessive gene, just like with a king cheetah. Now, what that refers to is it's mainly an overdose, basically, of melanin. So melanin being dark pigmentation. So when we look at something like a white impala, I don't know if you saw, I think end of last year, I'm not sure which area in Kruger it was actually in, but there was a white impala lamb. And again, you know, that is just Mother Nature's way of saying, hey, let me do something different this time. It is not something you can necessarily always plan. But something like a white lion or white impala or even a white giraffe, that is just a lack of melanin. So a lack of that dark pigmentation. Just like people. I often mention this, but I'll get back to this buffalo now. Just quickly want to have one last look at those impalas. Just like people. You know, some people have very, very fair skin. Some people are really, really tall. Some people have really, really white nails. Every now and again, Mother Nature just decides to throw in a little curveball. Switch things up a little bit. And then, ooh, what birds are those? I'm just going to see if we can quickly see those birds. Die voeltjies. My goodness, it's the lesser spotted doves. Got very excited there for a moment. I thought it might be our kingfisher couple, but they have been rather scarce today, scarce. Alright, impala, just one time. I just want to show everyone your ouchie. As I say, that impala in particular would have to be facing the other side, because that is the side that the wound was on. Did I say left side? No, that makes it right side. I apologize. It is on the right side of the impala. So I just want to see if they are perhaps going to turn around, and if that impala is still around, we can see it. But unfortunately, the maggots, the mires, like, she was literally under the dam cam. So we could get a good look, and it was not pretty. I'm not even going to try and paint a beautiful picture for you. It was quite gruesome. I'm wondering if this one on the far right is not still pregnant. She seems very well rounded. You can't see a rib cage at all. Rob, you would like to know what adaptations do impalas have? Do you mean in terms of their anatomy, or? I guess there are quite a few things, you know, if you, again, this is our human interpretation and just how we look at things. But if you look at their coloration, of course, that makes them blend very, very well. If you were to flip this impala over and have the white right at the top and then the rest of the colors, that impala would immediately stand out to a predator. But they also, of course, have the metatarsal glands, scent glands, on their legs. So those black spots that you see, those are actually scent glands. And so they can give off different pheromone scents. If they are perhaps evading a predator, that will give off a certain scent. If the males are challenging each other, it's rutting season, that'll give off certain scents. Yes, that female is definitely still pregnant. If perhaps a female is ready to be mated with, those are going to be certain scents and pheromones communicated with one another. And of course, they are ground-dwelling animals. So all of those scents will be left in the grass. It seems like 2 of them are still pregnant, unless I'm just imagining things. The 2 on the right still seem very, very heavy. The Kingfisher saying good afternoon, of course, as always. Excuse me, can you please move? I need to see something. Alright, so it's not one of these 2 females. And I do apologize, just bear with me. If we do get to see the female, you will know why I wanted to show you. Rose Candy, good afternoon. I hope you are having an awesome day. Miscarriages in animals can be anything. Underdevelopment, it could be a fright. An animal might be running away from a predator and she might actually have a miscarriage because of that stress in the body. I'm trying to think what else. It's like humans, there can be so many reasons for it. But the 2 main ones are underdevelopment as well as a stress factor, or that something causing that animal to go into distress. I once had a sighting. It was horrible. horrible. I can tell you the exact road and everything that it happened on. It's imprinted in my mind. But we also came across the sighting. It was a female impala, and she was also giving birth. So, you know, I'm super excited. Woohoo! Let's go! And I have to say, I don't know why, but as soon as the lamb fell, I just had a weird feeling. It didn't look like, you know, another impala birth that I've seen. And I promise you, for a good hour, she kept licking the baby and like sort of nudging it with her head and everything. And that baby, as soon as it fell, I grabbed my binoculars and I was watching it to see, okay, it's breathing. It's going to get up now. It's nothing. For a good hour we sat there and I was bawling my eyes out silently. And it was so sad to see. And again, you know, it's something that happens. Everything out here is about survival of the fittest. That's why I really want to show you this female with a hole in her body as well, because it'll be interesting to see, you know, would that female survive? Is she going to be okay? But I think people think often as naturalists we become desensitized, you know, to these sort of things happening. Even with Taylor's sighting this morning, it's an adrenaline rush, you know, when you get to be part of a kill, and it's super exciting and all of that. And then you sort of, as soon as everything is sunken in, you're like, oh, but that mother warthog now has one less baby. And again, we shouldn't, you know, think of them as humans and having those sort of emotions. And at the end of the day, it is survival of the fittest, but it's still not easy to see. And that impala miscarriage was just, ugh, it was horrible. But again, it had to happen. And that afternoon we went past again. And unfortunately, a hyena got a hold of it. Must have chased the mother away, and then eventually she left it. Ugh, it doesn't seem like I'm able to find this impala. That's all right.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
No, really. As I said, this would not work for me. Not an oxpecker, not a terrapin. I don't care what or who you are and what purpose you have. That is a little bit too personal for me. But, of course, you know, these terrapins, oxpeckers, often you'll see them on the more private parts of animals and in the ears. And when you think about it, what are they after? Terrapins, oxpeckers, they are after the ticks and the parasites. And what is different to genitalia and ears as opposed to the rest of the body? Those parts, of course, have softer skin. So it's easier for a tick to latch onto that skin and woo, catch a wave, bro. And so, of course, the terrapins and the oxpeckers will also then follow after that and go to the softer skin areas. He doesn't want to be your friend. Let it go. But anyway, I'm going to keep my eyes on the impala. I really want to show you that impala, and hopefully I do succeed in spotting her. But while I do so, I'm going to send you over to Nick so we can see what he's up to. Sorry about that. We'll try to get you back to Nick as soon as we can. I have not yet spotted the silly impala. Now, the herd we had earlier on, I suspected was 2 herons that were combined, because there were way more impala than there are right now. So I'm not sure if she was perhaps part of that harem and she also took off, or if she is just one of these that are not positioned correctly right now. I'm not too sure what happened to her actually. As I said, it's literally a hole just under one shoulder blade, just behind her front right leg. And I suspect, perhaps a male was chasing her and connected with the horns. That's the only thing I can think. But animals do, of course, also get abscesses, things like that, where it literally just sort of falls through the skin eventually. That is also possible, but I cannot tell you because I was not there, and right now I can't even show you this silly antelope. Otherwise it would have been brilliant to get your opinion on what you think might have happened to her. But yes, it was rather gross. I've got a very strong stomach, but even I pulled my face for that. Those are, of course, helmeted guinea fowls. I'm not too sure why they will be making such a racket right now. We'll take a look-see around. Of course, like I showed you earlier, it is becoming very overcast here in Djuma. Even more so than it was before. So you never know, there might be some predators on the prowl now, getting active. But let me know what you would like us to find in this last bit of Escape to Nature. What are you hoping for? A last minute what? Perhaps elephants, perhaps a cat, perhaps an interesting bird. What would you like to see? Or, of course, any other questions or comments, suggestions you might have for us, let us know. Kelly, you would like to know if impala's skin can change as they grow older. I'm assuming you mean in terms of coloration. No, not really. Impalas are really, not really, are really consistent in terms of their actual coloration from lamb to adult. So no, not really. Unlike your kudus, for instance, kudus will often become much grayer as they age. But again, you know, that is not always going to be the case. That is not necessarily the norm to every single kudu that you find in every single reserve, national park. Animals are just like us. They do whatever they need to adapt, to acclimate. And what you see in one area might be completely different in another area. I'm just looking for some birds. I want to see if our herons are still around and if we can perhaps find the fish, the kingfishers. Benjamin, you would like to know what that buffalo was chewing on. So of course they do belong to the ruminants, which means they can actually regurgitate their food, like impala, like giraffe, like wildebeest, like a lot of the other animals that are vegetarians. They are in fact able to rechew their cud, which allows them to get as much nutrients as possible. And of course it's a massive animal, you know, they could potentially fall prey to a predator. So doing this, chilling in the water, having a bit of me time, and just then regurgitating their food, of course, allows them to conserve a lot of their energy. It's quite interesting. If you look at your buffaloes, rhinos, elephants, buffaloes in particular, as I said, they could become a predator's prey. But a rhino and an elephant, I mean, never say never, but they don't really have that risk to run. Therefore, they are not ruminants. Not for that reason alone, but it could definitely be one of the contributing factors. Johan, you are saying you want to see a hammerkop. We can definitely try. I'm going to be very honest with you. It's something, for me personally, I haven't seen many here at Gowrie Dam. They prefer twin dams. And what is the other dam? The other one that is not too far away from here. I don't know why. They tend to hang out at that area. And again, they are also fish eaters, of course, so you would tend to think that it's fine to be over here. Like the grey herons expressed to us earlier on by catching the whole of Gowrie Dam's tilapias. But we can definitely try, Johan. I'm just going to see if I can find our kingfishers before the day is out. Ooh, it's going to be interesting to see what activity is going to come out with this sort of weather this afternoon. That probably was one of my favorite things to say to guests when they said, but it's gonna rain. I said, I know, let's go, we've got ponchos. There's definitely some Franklin's alarm calling in the distance, and I'm just trying to establish if it's a vervet monkey I can hear or not. It is very, very faint, but it's sort of like a ow, 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 ow. But it's, as I say, it's very, very far away. If I am in fact hearing correctly. How brilliant would it be if we had a leopard's tail dangling from that one branch now? One of these days I am going to succeed in that. Zoom in on one of these trees and we'll find a leopard just taking a bit of a nap. And it is the right weather for it, of course. Ooh, some Nyalas. Just beautiful. This also has got to be one of my favorite antelope, especially a Nyala bull. And this is something that I often point out, but their sexual dimorphism is just ridiculous. I mean, apart from the fact that he's got horns, they look like two completely different species. Yes, they do share the similarity in terms of the actual markings, but apart from that, nada. And it seems like, yes, there is another younger bull there. And just look at that. That one in the middle is, as I mentioned, a younger bull, but you can see he's still got that light coloration. So with them, it is very interesting, you know. What are you doing? Yes, you. Very strange thing you are busy with. But carry on as you were. But as I mentioned, you know, when they are born, whether it's male or female, they do have that red-brown coloration. And then as you can clearly see with this younger bull off to our left, they do then darken with age. Yolanda, you would like to know if that male was busy scent marking. Well, I mean, sometimes well, right now he is. So what they do is, yes, you are not incorrect. They actually take their horns and they start fighting with a bush. There we go. You see, I know these animals so well. I tell them what to do. But yes, that is essentially marking their area. A big male like this would definitely be doing that. And that is just to sort of get their scent off on it. Often you'll see them doing this exact behavior, but in mud. And that is actually to get excess mud on their horns, to make their horns appear bigger. My friend, you can't do complete gardening here. Some animals eat those plants, you know. You need to calm down. Yes, it's your... Yes, absolutely. We will name it after you, but just don't destroy the whole thing. Are you done now? I sound like my better half when I'm throwing a tantrum. Are you done now? Can we carry on? Yes. Yes. There we go. There's another one. Messed that up too. No, so of course this is a male that would already be challenging other males, mating with females, and he is rightfully beautiful. For me specifically, Nyala bulls, of the two, between male and female, I love these guys. Not just because of their shaggy coats, but just the weirdness, like the different colors they find on them. So, okay, smile over here, the camera's here. No, he's definitely on a mission. Of course, he was picking up a scent of some sort there and just tasting it.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
Jordan, good afternoon. You are saying this has been so relaxing. Indeed, just embracing Mother Nature in all her glory. I was just actually trying to listen out for some more alarm calls, but of course there weren't any, which tells me that if there was in fact something around, it may have moved off, or perhaps, it was just general tantrums. Which does happen sometimes. But again, to us, sometimes we tend to think, no, there's nothing around. But you never know. Birds can, of course, see snakes, things like that as well. So often they will alarm call because of that too. So not too sure. But I definitely agree with you. It has been super, super peaceful, so therapeutic. Honestly, it's one of my favorite things to do. Often on safari, I would just go to stop next to a waterhole, just take my time, switch off the vehicle, tell the guest, close your eyes or look at the stars, and just embrace everything. Judith, good afternoon. Thank you so much for your question. I guess anything in nature is possible. But I'm surprised animals don't get more stuck than what they usually do, or at least from what we see. Of course, buffalo is an ungulate, which refers to the fact that they have hooves. And if you look at buffaloes, giraffes, all of those animals, it's impressive how they don't slip, especially when they are approaching the water or coming into the water or just taking a drink. But for the most part, they seem to be fine. But of course, as I say, anything is possible, especially in the bush. We as naturalists have often found, with even if you're driving a Land Cruiser, Land Rover, doesn't matter, the best vehicle with the best low range and everything, you even put your diff lock on, sometimes it is definitely very possible to get stuck. And I can promise you it's not a lot of fun when that does happen. I remember one of my very first official guests, I actually saw it on my memories recently on social media. So it was this huge group of auditors that had come to audit the company, so the person that was given to them, or the guide or the naturalist, had to make a good impression and keep them happy and everything. And what does Lisa do? Let's get stuck in the mud. I promise you, with a vehicle filled with 10 people, as I say, all auditors, and I was just becoming a guide. I think I just obtained my qualification. And yes, I thought, all right, well, it is a good way to spend our afternoon and talk some nonsense, spend some quality time together. But again, I was new, you do learn how to drive, and even to today, even though I became fairly good at driving on safari specifically, with reversing and the diff lock and low range and all of those things, knowing when to do what, you do still learn every day. But luckily, as I say in my defense, that was very much in the beginning. So I definitely blame it on that. But it was a good afternoon all in all. And even though we got stuck, we saw plenty of animals after that eventually. But yes, as I say, anything is possible in nature. Even your hoofed animals can perhaps get stuck. Even baby elephants, they aren't even that heavy, and even they sometimes get stuck in mud. But for the most part, the animals tend to, help themselves out of it. But again, never say never. A lot of this soil you'll actually find is sort of like a sinking soil or sinking mud. And it is rather scary when you do find yourself in that, because obviously the more you find, the deeper you tread. But animals are clever. They know where to go and where not to go and how to maneuver themselves to get out of a situation. Wendy, you would like to know how much do buffalo calves weigh at birth? Not too much actually. Generally anything from 40 to 60 kilograms. So it's not, it's not light. It's not that of a heron, but but not as much as an elephant, for instance. An elephant calf is twice that. So, and just like people, again, some are way heavier and others are a little bit slender. But on average, anything from 40 to 60 kilograms. Ha ha ha. I told you you would not be able to evade me the whole day. Of course, it is one of our beautiful kingfishers, the woodlands kingfisher. And they are the noisy ones. He seems very cautious, this one. Like he's on the lookout for something or someone. So Johan, I could not find you a hammerkop yet, but here's a kingfisher. I hope that helps. A little bit of preening going on. Like you are not pretty enough already. Oh man, this has got to be one of my favorite birds of all time. I actually recall my first assessment drive that I did. So as naturalists, we, of course, we cover a broad spectrum of topics in our studies, and that is just with our theories or our theoretical studies. And then you also have to do a practical assessments, and this bird actually cost me my first assessment. I failed my first assessment. No, not just this bird, but I think it was a part of the reason. It's really doing a good job at hiding from us. So as I mentioned when I did my first practical assessment for FAGASA, which is the Field Guide Association of South Africa, I actually failed my first time. But I have to say, I told the assessor, cause what can happen a lot of the times, it's you don't get to cover all of your topics. So you might do one drive and talk about some things that and then it's there you go. And I don't know, I was super focused on talking about everything from astronomy to fish to birds to ethology to weather. Literally, I wanted to pack it all in one 3-hour drive. And so we were driving on this one road and there was a woodland kingfisher. And for the life of me, I did not know what this bird was. I know it was a fish finger, a kingfisher of some sort. But I had no idea what this bird was. And so eventually we got back to the lodge and my assessor spoke to me and everything. And he said, how do you not know what bird that is? And I said, I don't know. I've never seen that bird. Perhaps I have, but I've just never, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. And I felt so silly for not knowing what that bird is. And of course, when you look at it now, it's like, oh, of course it's a woodland kingfisher. But that is the beauty about the bush. I mean, for me personally, I grew up going on safaris. And even though I didn't attend an actual training school where you go to study field guiding, for me, I did it in my personal time whilst I was working at a game management department. So even to this day, there's still so many things for me to learn, whether it's a certain behavior or certain interaction amongst animals or birds or a different bird that you have never seen before, perhaps a tree. And that is honestly what I love about what we do. And especially with Escape to Nature, we can just really take our time with everything. It's not rushed in terms of getting from one sighting to another and, trying to pack all of it in one safari like I did with my first assessment drive. Lisa, let's do 12 modules in 3 hours and still entertain your other guest on the vehicle and go. So that really is the beauty about all of this. And for me specifically as well, I've got family that literally live in the Sabi Sand. And even to my uncle, sometimes there's something he hasn't seen before. My aunt as well, a bird call she hasn't heard before, even though she lives in Djuma. There's always something new, perhaps something you haven't paid attention to before. Or perhaps a bird that is generally elusive and is now just in the right spot for you to actually see it. So that really is the beauty about all of this. Christina, good afternoon. You are saying you think the kingfisher, or as I call them, the fish fingers, you would like to know if they are the most colorful birds. They are definitely up there, but this one isn't even as impressive as a malachite kingfisher, for instance. And of course, when you're looking at Egyptian, it depends on what you define as colorful, because what might be colorful to you is not necessarily colorful to someone else. So in terms of bright coloration, the kingfisher, the woodland kingfisher, is definitely up there. In terms of the numbers of color that is in the plumage, you look at malachite kingfisher, you look at the European bee-eater that we saw this morning very vaguely in Okokoyo, even something like an Egyptian goose. Have you really ever taken time and just looked at an Egyptian goose? Yes, they're annoying, but they are beautiful. And again, that is in terms of their plumage. They've got so many various colors to their feathers. So again, it depends on what you define as colorful. Was that a yawn? We saw that. Ooh. I have no idea what that was. Perhaps a body part. Of course, they are insectivores. So perhaps, it's like when a cat gets a fur ball. Or the owls, that bring up those pellets. Just getting rid of some excess. Perhaps exoskeleton or... Ooh, there's another one. And one of our herons are still around. Still at the sushi bar. Of course, the woodlands kingfishers making that call. Very distinctive call in the bush. What is this heron doing? Oi! You shush from up there. I'm trying to fish over here. Andre, good afternoon. You would like to know what bird has the thickest legs? Oh wow, that's an interesting question. Sorry, I'm just trying to think. Definitely your marabou storks has thicker legs. I don't know if they've got the thickest legs. Vultures have fairly poofy legs, but of course, they do have feathers on their legs as well. So that may make it seem like it is a bit thicker. That is an interesting question. Thickest legs. I can promise you it's not a lapwing. That much I can tell you. But no, even your eagles, your owls, they've got powerful legs. But in terms of if you are referring to thickness, actual physical appearance, I would go with stork, yes. Your marabou stork. I'm gonna keep that as my answer.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
And of course, if you missed the whole Escape to Nature today, remember you can just download the Wild Earth app and check out the highlights to see what you may have potentially missed out on. But I will also give you an update. So here in Juma, we once again had that beautiful big herd of buffalo. And then, of course, our lone bull that has been hanging out by himself. We've had the beautiful kingfishers. We have had the bee eaters in Okukoyo. What else? What else? Rolf had some cheetahs, his 3 amigos. Then Nick had some rhinos and general game. So it really has been a super productive day. We even started our day with some banded mongoose, which was really, really special. It's not often that we see them. And then we also saw the grey herons making about 155 kills within 5 minutes. No, it's not that excessive, but yes, they really did a good job of getting the tilapias. And then honey badger. No, we did not see a honey badger. Honey badger, you are saying ostrich. We did see an ostrich as well. Definitely. I'm not sure if you're referring to that is what you want to see before the end of Escape to Nature, or that is also what we saw. But yes, we did have a brief glimpse of one with Nick and Kariga. Jeez, buffalo. Goodness. You will dehydrate if you do that for too long. Finally, I thought he's going to stick around for the day. Smile, you're on camera. Say cheese. I've got some comical photos of buffaloes doing that. Of course, it's called the Vlegman grimace. But as I say, overall, it has been a wonderful day. We've had some beautiful sightings, some beautiful bird calls, interactions, and of course, as always, we have had some beautiful viewers joining us with all of your questions, comments, suggestions. We really cannot tell you how much it means to us. Dude, Sisman. Bruce, good afternoon, and thank you so much for your beautiful comments. And thank you, as I say. It's definitely all thanks to the animals and the amazing Wild Earth teams or team that we have, our tech people, our directors, everyone helping us out. And then, of course, the stars of the show, the animals. But once again, none of this will be possible without any of you. So thank you so much for all of your questions, for all of your comments, suggestions, everything you have sent through today. And do remember to join us again tomorrow, same time, same place. Hopefully we'll have another brilliant day. But it really has been a beautiful day. And as I say, thank you all so much for for spending your time with us. And we've got a last minute oxpecker. But again, if you have missed it, go check out the highlights a little later on the Wild Earth app. You can definitely catch up with everything that we've seen, from the buffaloes to the cheetahs to the herons, getting some sushi, to everything that we have seen. But as I say, please do join us again tomorrow. We really have had a lot of fun, And of course, right after this, it'll be Penguin Beach, which you can also stay tuned for. And then we will have Sunset Safari this afternoon. Hopefully follow up with my ribs and his piglet meal. And we look forward to seeing you again, whether it's tomorrow or for Penguin Beach or for Sunset Drive. From myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, thank you so much. From Rolf all the way in Amakala, thank you so much. And of course from Nick, our photo naturalist in Kariga, thank you. We really appreciate all of you. And once again, as I say, it's always such a privilege spending time with you and just hearing all of your questions and comments and making our minds think a little too. You really do ask very good questions, but I'm going to leave you with this beautiful buffalo bull, and I will see you tomorrow.